Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Courtney. It is summery. It is hot, and it is Tuesday. So we're sprinting. I was up early because I had an appointment which got through early, so we are here early. So there you go. That is why we're here a bit early. So we will be ending a bit early, maybe as well too. So, hope everybody is having a fantastic morning, day, evening, whatever's going on wherever you're at. Okay. Let me know what you are doing. What are you up to? What are you reading? All that fun stuff that we love to hear each and every day because we're nosy book people. I'm all for that. I have some iced coffee here, and trying to figure out if I want to get breakfast now or later. So that is what's going on with my time here. I think I'm gonna just finish my iced coffee and play it from there. It is definitely a bit early for me. Because generally I would be working out or maybe still sleeping at this point before doing eating breakfast or whatever. So I'm going to play everything by ear for the day. Okay, maybe take a nice long walk. Not really feeling like working out today. I work the next few days, so that will be a workout in itself. So play it by ear. Good morning, Elena. Good morning. How are you doing? Court of Frost and Starlight by Sarah J. Maas. Then you will love, love, love. Miss Jessica Kiwi is doing the Maas verse. You should join that. She's been reading. I think she's reading the whole list. And the books are long and it's a big list. Okay, so that is definitely a readathon. If you're interested in Sarah J. Maas to get on board. I'm not exactly sure. I stop into sprints quite often for her to support, but I'm not reading or Sarah J. Maas's book, so I can't tell you which book that they are on, but they're having a good time. I will tell you that. It's quite a number of people that are participating in that feat, and I bow down to y'all, okay? Bow down to y'all on that one. Let's see. I am going to be reading after I clean my dirty glasses. What am I reading? Oh, by the way, Livia is on right now. That's the sprint I was supporting here. Don't you just hate that you have to get off of the internet to go navigate around other things? It drives me nuts that I can't continue to stay on a stream and then hold on. Just saying hello to all the book people. Got to support. It drives me nuts that I cannot stay on the same screen and on my phone, which is where I frequently sprint, and then navigate around to other things while being on YouTube. So I'm constantly getting off and on and stuff. So it drives me nuts. It's just an inconsistency if I have to do something, which obviously we all have to do something on our phone. So let's see. As y'all should know, I am doing, where is this at? Trying to get this book to pull up. Oh, let me find another thing. See, always something on the phone. For my book club, Tangible Reads Book Club, we are reading, let me get this here. Come on. Where the Wildflowers Grow this month for my book club. The discussion will be on July 31st. So make sure you get on board with that. July 31st, I don't have my planner with me. I believe that's a Friday, if I'm not mistaken, next Friday. So plenty of time to get on board with this book. It seems like it's going to be a good time. Giving yourself grace. I think it's about grief, making choices, dealing with family trauma, and it's supposed to be some juiciness in between there too. So should be a good time on that one. So that is the book that I will be discussing next week. So hopefully I see y'all there. So the book that I'm currently reading, which is where I'm trying to navigate, having some issues with my phone. So slow, y'all. So slow. Hey, Miss Livia, how are you doing today? I was just talking about that I had to get off your sprints in order to do anything on my phone when I'm sprinting. I can't sprint and do other things on my computer, so stuck with the phone and it's constantly going in and off. I think that's why so many people see a lag when they go to sprints. It's like, oh, you can't do everything at one time. Where is this book? I'm on page 261 of 393 in my book called, can I just get, I should have taken a screenshot of this before I started it. All right, let me just get back. I see the page too. See, it's called, let me take a screenshot since I apparently have not done that. I'm reading a book called The First Stone by Tashelle Combs. It's a romantasy. It's a good time. Romance readathon. I didn't do a TBR, but it's, it's a book I want to read, but it's also romance readathon. But it's a good time. I have read Tashelle Combs in the past, kind of in the same world, but they're all standalones. And she's a good time, okay? She writes like funny, just stories that, a lot of times there tends to be age gaps. It's not like, I'm trying to describe. Her stories tend to be romantasy. They're set in unique worlds. They kind of intersperse with each other, but are definitely stands alone. And while it's comedy that happens, it's like inherent comedy just throughout the person's life and living everyday life and not a forced comedy. So, and it's unique situations, which I really like about Tashelle Combs' writing. Okay. You have some, I wouldn't even call it spice. It's like innocent spice type situations, but tend to not be on page wildness like, some of the books I like. But she still does a good time in making sure that you get, a little sexiness and romance in a book, but a very kind of innocent, naive type way, which is really fun, kind of like a girl discovering something new type thing. But I'm having a good time with this book, flying through it pretty fast. You also tend to have a lot of seriousness in Tashelle Combs' books as well. So while it's like a really interesting premise, you always tend to have something very serious. Like the last book I read by her called The First Muse. This is The First Stone. So I don't know where this goes in the series because they can all be read independently. But the first one, had a lot to do about grief. You had a woman went to go marry this, I think he was a king, and, he was suffering grief from something that happened in his past, and it affects the entire kingdom. And then she's this naive girl that has to kind of learn and navigate him and learn who she is. And in this particular book, you have a royal person or whatever that is going to marry this prince of this kingdom that is a future king. And she has come from a very sheltered, very strict background where women are supposed to kind of toe the line, not even toe the line. Well, I guess toe the line, but they're supposed to be on the straight and narrow, suppress their voices, don't say anything. And there's a lot of like abuse that comes with that if you step out of line. And so she goes to this kingdom where people have a lot more freedom and encouraged to express themselves. And so she's having to learn that, hey, there's not negative repercussions from the idea of being who you are. And she has to learn who she is and what is her identity based off this upbringing where she had no love, no one that really cared for her, no one that encouraged her to be a human being. She was just there. And so anyway, very good story. I'm enjoying it thus far. So I would definitely recommend you check out Tashelle Combs. And if you're looking for like a diverse BIPOC author, she is also that as well. So good time. So Livia's almost done her reading, and Elenius said hello to Livia, and you're reading Brimstone. Oh, okay. So you switched from Sarah J. Maas to Brimstone. Okay. Well, I hope you're enjoying Brimstone. I think I've heard of that book. How far are you into it? Let me know. So we're going to get to the first sprint. Before I forget, let me go ahead and get back to the page that I was on so that I don't forget. So on this first sprint, what am I going to do? I'm going to finish my iced coffee here. I do plan to cook early because I tend to wait till the end of the day in order to cook dinner, and then I chicken out of it sometimes. And it is indeed Taco Tuesday, so that is what I am doing, some plant-based tacos. So I think I'm going to go start some of that, or at least cut up some of that today on this first sprint. And then I should grab breakfast, right? Should. We'll see. I feel like it's a little early for me to eat. So I may wait a little bit as far as with eating, but I am going to do a little bit of meal prep and then maybe take a walk. But in the meantime, I will be listening to some of this book. I've been reading it for the most part with my eyeballs, but I do have a bit of an audio here, so I think I'm going to take advantage of that because my goal is to finish this book today, which is not a humongous feat because I'm already at 66%. So definitely doable on that one. Okay, Elena says, cool, awesome, awesome. Well, I hope to see you when we come back. We'll be sprinting for an hour, okay? Oh, half and half coffee. Yum, yum, yum. I like an iced coffee. I'm not a fan of like just regular coffee. You won't ever really catch me drinking that. But iced coffee is pretty good. I think it's the sugar aspect. Who doesn't love that? So let me know how you like your coffee, okay? How much sugar you put in it. Let me know that one. Oh, okay. What are you going to be doing for your birthday, Miss Lady? Birthdays are always fun. Any plans? Any big plans? Uh, July's a nice month to have a birthday because it's always summer, right? It's always summer. So you always have something fun going on. That ought to be a good time. You planned, the worst thing is going to be, rain maybe at the worst, but you always know that it's going to be decent weather, and you can try to plan an outdoor activity. So let me know what you plan to do for your birthday, Miss Elena. I would love to know. Maybe it's an idea I can steal for my birthday. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get to this first sprint, okay, and we'll go from there. Okay, I will see you in an hour. Happy sprinting. Stay cool, stay warm, and cool. Couldn't get my mouse to work that quick. Okay, so number 2 is the winner. Is the winner. How did that sprint go for everybody? Let me know. Let me know. It's been a busy sprint, y'all. Busyness and not so busy. So did I do the plan that I said, which was listen to my book, which I have an audio for? And did I say I was going to take a walk? I think I was talking about maybe taking a walk. Anyway, that didn't happen. But here's what did happen. I live in a home where I'm renting. I moved about a year and a half ago, and I will move again. So I did not unpack everything that I have in my home, right? Because I knew I would be moving. So what's the point? So what I did do is just unpack just what I needed, right? And I did unpack all my appliances and things like that. So in my home, which I don't have a lot of visitors, thank goodness. And if I do, I tell them, hey, I got boxes stacked up in a few rooms, right? So I went through a few boxes that I had kitchen appliances in because, I was trying to figure out what to cook for dinner. I was going to do a meal prep to start for dinner. And so I found my food processor, which I absolutely love, by the way. So I found my food processor and I decided to do something with that. And I decided to make a veggie loaf. It sounds so funny because I would not normally eat a veggie loaf or a meatloaf by just anybody. That's just not my idea of, hey, a good time, right? However, I will eat that for myself if I make it. So that's what sounds really funny is that I will eat certain things if I make it, but other than that, I steer clear of them. Like who's like, hey, I want to go have meatloaf today. Like that's just not me. To each his own, just not me. But when I make it, I can do different things, or it's just the idea that I made it, I think appeals way more to me than if somebody else was to just give me a meatloaf or veggie loaf. Now it is a veggie loaf because I have this it's called, what is it called? Plant-based chicken wings is what I got from the grocery store. And it's basically just like a chunk of plant-based, I think it's chickpea, like a nugget, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like a oblong diamond veggie piece. So they call it wings because it's supposed to be like a nugget, I guess. I don't know, whatever. So anyway, I decided to food process that up and add some other stuff like a meatloaf, and I'm going to call it a veggie loaf. So I did all of that, and I actually just finished cleaning from that. But I haven't done a whole lot of cooking since I moved here. I think I'm just not motivated sometimes, but it's nice to have a fully stocked kitchen. Okay. Like for those of y'all that have been with me a while, you probably saw my place that I had in New Jersey. Like I had like a nice, like gourmet kitchen, like expensive, nice kitchen with a big island. I had my appliances on the counter, it was a lot, and we don't have that here. We don't. It's not the same. I don't have the counter space. I don't have an island, but it's a decent kitchen, but it's not what I'm used to. And also, like I said, I didn't unpack the things that I would normally use. So, but I do miss them. I do see the value in having your things out. You're more likely to think of ideas and things to cook with and stuff. And, I've been lazy. Like I've been thinking about that food processor for a few weeks now, probably more than that, probably more a year. But every time I think about, it'd be good to use the food processor with this, then I'm like, then I got to go find it. Well, today I found it. I found a few things, actually. A few things. So I was excited about that. So, that's what I did. I made veggie loaves, put them all together, and they're sitting in the refrigerator. So whenever it comes time for me to decide I want to put them in the oven, I think I would rather eat that hot than like reheat it later. So I think I'm going to wait till close to dinner time because it's just putting it in the oven for, I don't even know how long you cook a veggie loaf, 45 minutes maybe to an hour. So then I will do that. Now what we're eating with that, I don't know. but we have veggie loaves. And then I added in more vegetables too. I'm a big fan of hiding your vegetables in things. For people with kids, I think that's a good idea if you're having trouble getting your kids to eat things. Hide them well and they don't even know, you know. If your kid likes some chicken nuggets or chicken, however you make it, tenders or whatever you make, hide it inside of that. If your kid likes lasagna, hide some vegetables in that, you know. Yes, cooking them, which we normally cook our veggies anyway, can denatures the proteins, but you're still getting nutrients from them. So that is what I did. I even hid some green beans, but I have no problem with eating my veggies. Okay. Just I like a one pot meal sometimes. So I think I may add like some rice to the side of that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I put some rice with pilaf to the side. So we'll see if I want that. It's a box, but that is what I did. I prepped for dinner. Now, have I eaten breakfast and it is 10:20? No. I have not done that. But I am almost done with my iced coffee here. So that's a plus. I made that myself. So I am thinking of nutrition, okay? I have a frozen pizza in there. I may hook that up for breakfast / lunch. I hook up. I'll buy like those little frozen pizzas, the personal ones, which is supposed to be 2 servings, but those suckers are so small. Who is eating one of like half of those? I'm going to eat a whole one. And then I add like cheeses and things on top. So anyway, I may eat that and then that should tie me over till dinner. So anyway, that was that. So let me know what y'all did on y'all sprint. As you can tell, I had a productive sprint. Okay. I made a meal, made an idea for a meal. A lot of times it's the idea for what the meal is versus actually making it. So I formulated an idea. Some of it was just 5 minutes of sitting, staring in the cabinet and figuring out what I got and what I'm going to make with it. Because I'm not going out and I'm not one of those people that will go out and buy an ingredient for something to plus up like last minute. Oh, let me run to the store for eggs. No, I'm not that girl. If I'm about to make a meal, I'm going to use what's in my fridge, or like what I have already. And if I don't have it, I'm going to change what I'm making, or I'm just going to not put that in there and we'll just be ass out for an ingredient. That's how it is. So there's that. But I also supported Livia's sprint, which I believe she's done now. And then I'm actually currently on Kelly's sprint doing that. So no reading, obviously. So productive sprint on that one. Okay, so Elena chose number 1, but we know number 2 is the winner for the Ducky race. There's Miss Paula. She is managing mommy duty with a meltdown. Okay, I feel you, girl. I feel you. Okay, drink some iced coffee after that. Not being in school. When is school? I'm assuming this isn't new. Not coping with. It's not coping with the not being in school. I'm assuming this isn't something new, right? Like school didn't just let out. I don't know about the UK. I know out here, kids are about to go back. Okay. Parents are just like, some are happy and some are definitely not. Okay. The whole rigmarole of now, time not being on your own because you're shuttling kids back and forth to school, making sure they learn. That's a pain in the butt. I get it. But also not having kids in the house all the time and worrying about I'm bored and all this other stuff is also a little positive of going to school. So take your blessings where they are, y'all. But yeah, kids out here are going back to school. I think the earliest I have heard is the 2nd week of August. So very interesting. I try to avoid all those buses. Okay, there are some pluses sometimes to having kids around, but I gotta avoid all those little buses and stuff. But y'all, I commend y'all. Get those school shopping, spend your dollars. That's another thing. Them school lists, y'all, they be tripping. This is me. I completely forgot to even ask y'all. I mean, I think it was only a few of y'all anyway, but what ducky you were choosing? I chose the number 3 because it was the only green one. And they didn't win, but whatever. Whatever. It happens. It happens. Hello, beautiful Tula. How are you doing today? Oh, where did my chat go? There we go. Okay. Hello, Tula. How are you doing today? Hope you are well as well. Um, Brooklyn says hello. You're off to bed. Have a great day. You too as well. By the way, y'all, if you are not aware, Miss Brooklyn is part of, I don't know if you're the host or if you're part of it, but either way, you are one of the co-hosts or host for the Romance Readathon, okay? Loving all the pink. I think I've only caught like 2 sprints. My schedule's all over the place and it will be changing soon as well. So I'm catching sprints when I can, y'all. So I'm around. If y'all don't see me as much, I am around. I think I'm still around quite a bit. I just think I was around a lot before and I just don't have as much time. Okay. Which is fine. I do have things outside of book too, but I am always reading. Okay. I will tell you that I have reading material. I've got my Kindle any given time, if you don't see me or not, but I will always be popping up. Okay. Hope to catch your sprint shortly. I'm reading a romance too. It's called The Stone. Oh my gosh. I drew a blank, y'all. It's called The Stone. The First Stone. Oh my gosh. I was thinking of the Stone Sim, which is Chris. Okay. He's a YouTube channel. He's big into gaming, but he does read. Like he's a Sarah J. Maas, I think, book he's been reading a while. But he's probably a bigger gamer. But I attend his streams all the time. I just kind of sit because I'm not really into like games, but the stories he crafts and his voice is soothing. Okay. But I was thinking of the Stone Sim, which is his YouTube channel. But my book is called The First Stone. 2 different things. Okay. Strawberry had to win. Oh, I forgot which one that was. Did they win? Number 2 is the winner. Let me know. Tula says good night to Brooklyn. Yes, sweet dreams, Miss Lady. Hello, Kayla Mend. Oh, hold up. I'm looking here, which is a smaller print than here. I'm going to go here. Kayla Madden. Hello. Just joining in. About to make some coffee and settle in and read Struck, which is a middle grade graphic novel. Once I finish that, I'll be reading Love Songs by L. Kennedy. Ooh, enjoy. Look like you got a nice schedule set for you. Not mad at that at all. Enjoy your lovely, lovely day. We're going to be here for a little while yet, so hopefully we continue to see you, okay? Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button if y'all have not already, by the way. I'm here most Tuesdays. Jean says, I am going with 4. Nothing happened. Hey, Jean. Sorry. You lost, but I did too. So, you know what? We're fine. White school just let out on... What's in the world? Do they have like a traditional break? I guess I thought that the UK had the same like summer schedule as we do. So I'm off. So school me, y'all. I grew up in an American school system, so I'm used to here. School me how that works with over there. Let me know, okay? He is in a special school that doesn't go back till September. Okay, you get some time then. Okay, that's 2 months, depending on where you go or what time. So that's a summer break. Okay, let the boo get some break. Okay, that's good. I do know that sometimes with special needs kids, they don't adjust well to change, like even small changes. So I can see how that can really be a challenge for him. So I completely understand on that one. So I wish you, Chris and Paula, luck in dealing with, the chaos that will happen. But, get him to a new schedule and hopefully he'll be fine. But then unfortunately it's going to change again. But that's the nature of kids. They're always changing, always something going on. That's one of the beauties and the chaos of it, You get the kiss tax, on that one. So get your love on. Kayla says, I'm a high school teacher and I report back on the 3rd and the kids come back on the 11th. I'm not ready. Oh, no. You're making my neck itch. After talking about Wyatt, in my head for like a good 2 seconds, maybe 1.5. I was thinking you were talking about September. So I was like, okay, you get some time. But then I'm thinking, no, we're here. We're talking about August, right around the corner. Oh, I hope that you enjoyed your break. How long a break? Like, when did you get out? How long of a break have you gotten? And in that break, have you been required to do like work stuff for school as well? And if not, I'm asking a lot of questions because I'm just being nosy. At one point, I did consider going into teaching, but I mean, I don't want to really be standing in front of people. That's not really my thing, public speaking. As you can tell, I'm not the best at it. But also, I've always been interested in healthcare. So I'm like, look, let me just go for what I know. Okay. But I'm just curious, like how that works. If you're having to get like another job, or if I know that the pay kind of is equivalent for the hours, like the partial school year, not even partial, the partial year, I guess, that you work. But I know it's supposed to somehow compensate for the whole year. I don't know. Do they make you do something for a little extra change? And I don't know. I'm so curious. I'm curious. I know somebody that was a teacher. Was this in Jersey or Pennsylvania? Anyway, but what they did was, in the summer months, they would bartend like at a resort. So I guess he had it like that. But, single dude, older guy, probably trying to pick up chicks at the resort. But but I'm just curious how that works and stuff. So, and how do you like high school? What do you teach in high school? I always thought it'd be cool to teach middle school. In another life, I would teach middle school math and middle school or because I know they make y'all teach a lot of subjects sometimes, and or middle school like biology. Click. Okay, mouse. Gene says he's not adjusting well to the change. Yeah, I bet. It takes a while for parents and adults to adjust to the change. So I can just imagine with a special needs kid. Kayla says we got out the week of Memorial Weekend. Okay, so that's like the end of May. And then you go back August, beginning of August. So you had 2 full months. Okay, that's good enough vacation time right there. Because I know you really can't take like, hey, I'm going to take a week or 2 off, during the year other times too. So not that it's easy for any profession to say like, hey, I'm going to take 2 weeks off. Maybe 1 week, and I don't be taking time off. I need to sit down with my schedule. My husband and I talk about this all the time because he has a lot of like PTO days, and so do I. I like to keep a big PTO bank because they roll over. His are just like designated for stuff. They don't really roll over. It's just take it or not. But we keep saying we're going to sit down and make a schedule and plan to go do something. And then it's like, I know that doing something requires me doing all the work. And I'm just like, I don't want to do it. So then I'm not going to take a bunch of time off if I'm not doing nothing, because like the way my schedule works is that like I can work around if I just want a day, then just don't schedule myself for it. But then I'm like, it'd be nice to go do something. So I need to plan something. I want to plan something that don't cost a lot of dollars. That's what I want. Like I'm price conscious about things, especially since we want to move and it's expensive to do so. So I would like to kind of see where things go with that before I spend a lot of money. But I definitely like to do something. Get away from the house. I would really like to do something and get away from the house where it's just me and my husband. I wouldn't mind other people too, but it's just us. So I don't know a lot of people. But it's like he wants to take the dog. She's older and I get it. She's older. You want to spend a lot of time. She's not sick, but I wouldn't mind us doing something together. Because if we're taking the dog, it limits what we can do, where we can stay. And it's been a long time since we've done something like that when it's just us. Because once you put the dog at the babysitter or whatever, you pay for that too. That's another thing. It gets expensive if you're trying to have somebody watch your pet. when you don't know anybody, which we don't. So, we have to keep her in mind. And when we take her, and then, he gets a lot more antsy about her than I do because he works from home and he's with her all the time. But it's like, let's just worry about us. When she's at the sitter, or we know we're not taking her, then in my head, I have unlimited possibilities about what we can do, how much time we spend on that. When she's with us, we have to worry about, okay, we need to come back in time. What time are we leaving? It's just like a distraction. And I feel like it's not just us. It's like taking kids on vacation, You're paying for this vacation, but it's really centered around making sure these other entities you took with you don't have a meltdown or are having a good time. Because if they're not having a good time, you are probably not having a good time. I would just like to not have that responsibility. And it's been a while since we've had that. I don't understand. I don't think my husband really understands that, but at some point I'm just going to be adamant about that, or plan something without him, but it is what it is. Jean says, my mouse is just doing a delay on here. Okay. Jean says, here we don't get out till the end of June and not back in school till the Tuesday after Labor Day. Ooh, okay. So the end of June. So it pretty much leaves July. Okay, you still have 2 months then. Okay. I feel like I remember we used to have the full practically 3 months, okay? Almost 3 months, 2.5 at least, okay? And nowadays, I do feel like pretty much school districts and stuff are giving you about 2 months. That seems to be like that. Like if you're getting past the 2-month mark, it's like a stretch, like pulling you back in. I think that's where we're getting at. I feel like, what are we doing in this extra time that you're pulling kids back? Because I feel like the grasping of learning, at least in America, is not there. So it almost seems like they had less time instead of more time with the education that they seem to be grasping. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Kayla says, I haven't been required to do work, but I have done some things. I'm switching grade levels going into this next year, so I have been preparing for that. Okay. And that is definitely important. I appreciate teachers that do their prep work. Okay. So kudos to you. Kudos to you for teaching the next generation. Okay. I'm praying they grasp it. Okay. We need we need some better leaders, and we need more inclusivity and diversity, and we need more people that recognize we need that inclusivity and that accountability for everybody. I don't know if I can say that in a better way. I'll leave it at that. Okay. Kayla says, for extra money, I plan our prom. So I have been working on that over the summer to book our venue and start planning to go. Woo, I did not know that was planned so far in advance. Wow, I learned something new. Okay. I know there's prom committees and things like that. And I know teachers are on the back end of it. I know we don't normally see that. It's more of like the kids and stuff. But I did not know that was planned almost a year in advance. Okay. A lot of work goes into it. I get you on that one. So Okay. So is that like, okay, you're on the prom committee, right? Or prom planning, however y'all say it. Is it like, hey, here's a set amount if you say you're going to do this? Just like with, they have y'all stand outside for like the bus to get kids on and off the bus safely, get the hell out the school. What's some other things? Like coaching the games, the school dances, because those are all like outside of like normal. What is school? 7:30 to 3, 4? I don't know. Uh-oh, Kelly's back. Let me mute her down here. But I'm just curious how all of that works. Okay, is that like extra pay? It should be. Or they just include that in there. Okay. Kayla teaches English. And the last 4 years, I've been teaching freshmen, but now I will be teaching the juniors. Okay. Well, hopefully you find that more enjoyable. You don't have that transition from middle school to high school for that time frame for freshmen, versus you have somebody that's like knee deep in there and about to graduate soon. Jean says, why did you move to Florida? Yeah. Truthfully, I've always wanted to live in Florida ever since I was younger. I grew up in Texas. The heat, I'm used to it. So that was never a deterrent. I got moved up north through the military, and I've been trying for decades to get back down south. And I always thought Florida was cool because of the water aspect, the blue water. I mean, I want the idea that I'm on vacation all the time. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily have that, but I can definitely drive within an hour and feel like I am on vacation. And as I've gotten older, I've gone to the Caribbean a lot. And I was like, maybe I can save some dollars by just living in a destination that kind of gives this feel, I don't know. Florida's not what I expected. I will say it's a lot more expensive. Like, I wanted a lower cost of living. I definitely didn't get that. I spend more here. But I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's been a year and a half. I feel like I'm still kind of settling into where I want to be to get the full experience about what I expected. But definitely wanted to get somewhere warmer. Like, that's a big thing. Get somewhere warmer. My husband was like, the water needs to be clear. And if we're trying to get to that, then Florida is about the only location you got that at. Okay. So there's that. Kayla says, if you're in healthcare, have you looked into health? Well, come on, Miles. If you're in healthcare, have you looked at Margaritaville Cruise Line? They have discounts for healthcare first responders. I have. What's funny is about almost all of my coworkers have gone on that Margaritaville cruise. I'm in the Tampa-ish area, and I've seen that ship when I was walking on the waterfront. I'm walking, and I just happen to be like, you take a double take, like, hold up, there's a cruise ship right there. And I've not gone on it. Okay. I've gone on cruises in the past, but never there. And I think it's only been once I've ever been able to drive to a cruise ship. And it is lovely to be able to drive to, even if you're driving to get on another vessel to go on a trip, you're not limited as much with like luggage and stuff. Okay. I'm so excited because I'm always limited because I have to fly somewhere. But yes, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know why we have not gone. I have seen the deals. They give like, there's one cruise ship. I think they partner with Margaritaville, or it might be called something else, but Margarita of the Sea, or anyway, where they give like a free 3-day trip, but then there's other discounts. I mean, to me, it's equivalent to Carnival. I have priced it out. But I have not gone. I'm looking forward to it. I like a good cruise. I used to cruise all the time. That's how I started my vacations. And then we started just flying to an island somewhere. But it's been a while. We've had a lot of transition in the last like year and a half, trying to settle and things like that and getting acclimated to uprooting your life. So I feel like I'm not in a hurry, but at the same time, I would like to adventure into that. But yeah, should be a fun time. I'm looking forward to that at some point. Discounts aren't that steep though, by the way, y'all. I will say this. If y'all are ever trying to book a cruise or a vacation, but I'll say specifically a cruise because this is why I priced out. If they ever say that you're getting a discount because of whatever category that you fit into, first responder, healthcare, educators, what's another one I've seen? Teachers, educators, yeah. But I will say this, or even VIP members, whatever. I would say price that trip multiple different ways. Take off that supposed discount they give you, put in another discount code, things like that, or maybe put in no discount codes, price them out. Because I have priced out, like on Carnival, this was years ago, I priced out an early saver deal versus a military discount deal. And I came out cheaper with the early saver deal versus the military deal. And then I've also priced out, and it does depend on when you book, okay? Priced out a military deal versus a regular price. And the regular price when I booked came out better. So I'm just saying, and it depends on what you want, but just keep those in mind that a discount, just because it says it, doesn't necessarily mean you're getting the best deal for you if you care about money, which I do. Kayla says it's all because of the hurricane season down here in Florida. That's why we don't get long breaks. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I mean, it seems on par with like Texas or whatever. So I don't know. Where are you in Florida? I did not know that you were down here in this crazy space. Crazy spot. It's nice though, but it definitely has its challenges. It's getting some used to. I've enjoyed it thus far. I have not ventured through any hurricanes. We moved right after the last two, so I can't speak for any of that. I know that'll be a scary time and make me second guess my life, but go well. And but hopefully I'd be settled in like where I would like to be versus a temporary home. So we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, it's really interesting. I would like to definitely move to a place that has a little bit more diversity. I think that would make me probably feel a lot more comfortable being here. That I think that would go a long way for me. And just being in an area where, and I'm talking about diversity in a few different things, racial demographics, but also like age-wise and stuff like that. But overall, I'm enjoying myself. I just kind of stick to myself, and just I'm aware of my surroundings. Kayla says I get an extra stipend for being the main coordinator. Now my chaperones don't get paid for anything. They're just volunteering. Oh, really? So you spend time at night chaperoning prom, and it's just a volunteer gig out of the goodness of your heart to volunteer for these kids that probably act a fool in the hallway. I guess you get to dress up, right? Can you just wear whatever you want? Like, okay, I'm volunteering. I'm here for prom, right? I'm a teacher or whatever. Like, can I wear my finery, or I got to be like in teacher, business casual for the prom, I guess you got to go with them reason though, because some of these folks, that'll be interesting. I always thought that teachers got paid something. Like I would be upset. And then is it voluntold too? Because that's another thing. Because I was in the military. I know I can volunteer. I have an option. So if I say no, cool. Then there's voluntold to where we ask for volunteers, but you're going to show up. You have no choice. I'm curious. Let me know that. Because I would be like, no. Kayla says, I did the Margaritaville cruise and it was awesome. I'm in the Orlando area, so it was fun to just drive to the port and go. Exactly. See, you know what I'm talking about. You got, I think they have some, they leave out of Tampa. There's like 2 or 3 ships that leave out of there. They rotate. And then Orlando, I know within driving distance, I know not Orlando itself, there's ships. But also you have Miami that's not too far. Like it's about, 4-ish hours for me and maybe 2 for you or something like that. Either way, driving distance. It is lovely to just drive. You're not on like for my honeymoon, right? For my honeymoon, we flew to Puerto Rico, took a cruise ship out of there, and it was a week. And then we came back to Puerto Rico and stayed another week. So it was a 2-week honeymoon. And the reason we did that is because we got the biggest bang for our buck. Because if we were already talking about going to Puerto Rico, then if you're already leaving, you're already in the Caribbean, you're already in the ocean. Ships that don't have to navigate all the way from the US to out in port, you can go further. So we got to go to like 5 different islands that were further out already because we were already out in the ocean. So we got to go to a lot of different places with just a plane. And it was cheaper than if you were to like leave from Miami or whatnot. So it was a good time. But Yeah, it's nice when you're not limited on baggage, because normally I'm like, well, does this shoe go with this? Blah 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 blah. I just the one uh cruise that I thought, it was my niece's honeymoon cruise, right? Now we drove 10 hours. We'll say that. Well, I was definitely second guessing the drive, but it was a whole family thing. My niece was in Georgia and the cruise left out of South Carolina. So we drove to Georgia, which was 2 hours further than where the cruise ship was. But we drove there because that's where the wedding was. And when we like caravan back to South Carolina to catch the cruise out of there to go to the Bahamas. But it was nice because we actually got to drive. I was just throwing any and everything in my bag. Okay. Like I had like 2 extra bags. I don't even think I touched like some of the stuff, but it was just like, I'm not on a limit of what I could bring. Just throw it in the bag, you know? It was just nice. But we considered Orlando. It just wasn't for us. Like we went out there on a trip just to kind of explore. We did a lot of driving. We did that when we were thinking of coming here too. But we did a lot of driving to just kind of scope out different neighborhoods and see what we were like and if that's an area for us. Ultimately, we wanted like more water and stuff like that. And we had a friend out this way. But yeah, Orlando's nice. But yeah, the Margaritavilles I've heard are pretty decent. Okay, kind of on par with Carnival. So I'm excited about just being able to take a cruise right there. But you got Miami, that's a few hours away too. So tons of cruise galore. That will be my new vacation norm once I settle in my house norm. At this point, truthfully, I just think we don't have any excuses about why we haven't taken more trips. we said we would. We were like, let's take a vacation every few months, but whether small or big, we just haven't done it. I think we've just been lazy. You know, like I think of, hey, let's book a trip. And then I'm like, oh, that's a lot of work. It's money. The world's kind of trash now. Let me just go drive an hour to the beach, you know? So right now my goal is to let's try to get that hour down in time so I can be a little bit closer, you know? We'll see. Kayla says, I moved down right before the Hurricane Ian. It was crazy. Oh, you moved before. Oh, you've been down a while. Which year was Ian? I'm thinking of, what years away? This is 26, 25, 24 is when we moved. We moved at the end of 24. So we had Helene. What was the two? Helene and Milton that year. And then what was the one the year before that? I don't think, was that Ian in 23? So we moved like after all that. So yeah. I'm just hoping that if there's anything that, I mean, hurricanes can happen anytime. I think you have till November anyway. But I'm hoping if anything pops off, it'll be after we've moved. We're in a new place, because the last thing you want to do is kind of plus up and do things for a place you don't plan to stay in, you know? I don't know. And then you got to like worry about, I'm trying not to think about that stuff, okay? When I was in Texas growing up, we never had issues, you know? So, I mean, we evacuated once or twice, but we never really had issues. And we stayed, are we closer to the Gulf than I am here? Maybe a little further away, but either way, we never had issue. But you know, the Gulf is the Gulf. It'd be golfing, you know. Okay, Ian was 22. Okay, yeah. So we moved definitely after that. Okay, after that. But you know, you get what you get. You're a little bit more inland than I am. So you know, you might not have to worry about those things, but I know that there was some issues with that last hurricane, that it kind of just a pathway, because even you had North Carolina, things that happened. You never know how things move, you know, within the US. A lot of people think they're safe in certain areas, but you know, you might not be an issue with a direct hit with sometimes, but a lot of times it's the aftermath or that indirect hit that hit something else that hit you. You know, and with building in Florida, that's the issue that I don't like, is that it's just heartbreaking, truthfully, how they're constantly like building and altering things. You really don't know what's going to happen with the after effects of that. And that's why the politicians here, I think, are trash. To me, you're destroying a beautiful state for money. And it's like, and that was one of the issues that I had a concern about coming here, because they're constantly building. So areas that notoriously do not flood, that are not on a floodplain zone, especially with that last hurricane, especially, there were two back to back. I will say that's an extenuating circumstance, but just because that hasn't happened in the past and it happened this time doesn't mean it's not going to happen again. So it's like, what are you going to do to mitigate for something like that? But areas that hadn't flood had, and so it's like, really, do you know really where to move or what to do now in this situation like that? It's all like rolling the dice, you never know. So it is what it is. Kayla says, oh, heck no, girl. We are all dressed up like it's our prom. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I refuse to have to go to this prom that I'm volunteering for, and then I have to be in like a blazer. A blazer and a responsible skirt. No, you want to be cute, okay? You know what I would do if I was you? I don't know if you could do this, girl. I would invite my spouse, see if I can sneak them in, and we get your prom on. You know what I'm saying? They should do something like that. You know what they should do is, after all the kids leave, which you're probably just ready to go home anyway. So, but after the kids leave, leave it open like another 30 minutes or an hour, and have the teachers like be able to enjoy a little time themselves, like adult fun. I think that would be really cool. I don't know. Probably not. Spouse is like, look, when you ready, you done with this prom thing, I'll see you later. What proms end at what? Like, is it like the club, like 2, or they end at midnight? Because to me, I feel like if it ends at like midnight, then you got plenty of time to continue to enjoy. But by that time, y'all probably tired, and you've probably been there for hours or in anyway, because it's not like you show up when all the kids show up. You probably were there hours before. But I'm glad you at least get to enjoy it and look all cute and stuff. So that'll be fun, okay? Paula says, I'm back, baby, I'm back. Okay, how did Y go down? Let us know. Hello, Miss Lachette. How are you doing today? Welcome. The rain kept me inside this morning reading When the Moon Hatched. Okay. How are you enjoying When the Moon Hatched? I've been hearing about that resurgence lately. I guess there's a sequel coming up or whatnot. And I feel you on this rain, okay? We've been getting a lot of it. Okay, this is Florida rainy season. We are actually in like more of a drought. So some of this rain is definitely welcome. It's just been very unpredictable lately. So I work the next few days. Not happy about it because I'm going to be tired. And then it's going to take me forever to recover. But it can just rain the next few days and I don't care. But yes, sometimes it's nice to be inside, okay? As long as the weather's nice when you come back out. Yeah, the weather here is it does its thing, good with the bad. I think the weather here is indicative of the people and the chaos that we have here. I really do. I feel like whenever something bad, like the weather, just something destructive, I'm like, you know what? That's payback for that shit. That's what I think. But in the grand scheme of things, there's horrible weather in a lot of places. Like look at like Indonesia and places that have like tsunamis and earthquakes and things like that. It's like, I guess I'll take these snowstorms and hurricanes. I moved away from the snowstorm, but we have a snowstorm here. I want my money back for all the moving that I did to get away from stuff like that. Okay. Lachette says, oh, Paula, understandable, but it's part of being in such a big country. Yeah, that is true. And you do have a choice about where you live at, okay? And you accept certain things when you move to certain areas. People call you dumb and crazy. It is what it is, I think you find the best things out of enjoyment in life and, compartmentalize everything else. Kayla says, my husband comes every time. Oh, awesome. His first prom was one I was on a committee for while working. He didn't go to high school. Oh, that is awesome. See, you get to reclaim that every year. That is awesome. See, and then what you could do, I'm just giving you ideas, girl, is like I'm assuming you have to be there early, right? But maybe you can go out to dinner earlier. I don't know. I don't know what you got to do. Because if you got to be doing a bunch of manual labor and helping everybody set things up, then I'm not getting into my finery until right before the prom start. Okay. So I don't know how that all goes. But, that'd be a really cool date night. Or what you could do is like, you already got that dress, right? You wore it for prom. Maybe wear it again like the next day and y'all go on like a real fancy date or something. Well, that's cool. I like that you can invite your spouse. I think that's pretty special because you're already dressing up. I mean, it sucks to get all in that finery and then you're like, spouse is like, bye while he watching TV, He can help too, right? Okay, put him to work. Paula says there was a tornado that hit Ireland about 3 weeks ago. A tornado. Wow. Ooh, okay. See, I don't think of Europeans as having like water related. See, that sounds weird, but I was going to say water related catastrophes. I'm thinking hurricanes, tornadoes, but there's like tsunamis and things like that happen too. So, but you know what? Hey, take care, okay? There is science though behind all of that, okay? So if you really look at like the science behind some of these disasters, I mean, a lot of these places can get it. I'm telling you, they're just perceived to be safe. Okay, but there's a lot of these places that are a ticking time bomb. I think of Indonesia. That comes to mind a lot for tsunamis and natural disasters and earthquakes because I saw a documentary that specifically talked about that area and just the geographic underground dynamics of the area. They call it the Ring of Fire, which is basically it's a geographic area that's almost like a circle that's around the area that is a hotbed for like geothermic and just geo activity. And that is why you have such catastrophic, like widespread natural disasters over there all the time. Very, very scary, but there's a science behind why that happens. It is not just a fluke. Kayla says it ends at 11. Ooh, that's early. What time does it start? Oh, here we go. This past year, I started set up at 7 a.m. and finished at 1:30 after the kids all left. Wow. That is a long day. Yeah, I would be exhausted. Yeah, no after prom. To me, here's what you do. Play some good music while I'm cleaning up, okay? And I can, things go faster. As long as everybody know what they're doing, you could be bobbing your head, while you cleaning things up. That's my after prom because I'm going to bed as an adult. If I have to be there at 7 a.m. and then prom ends at 11 and all these kids get out and go do what the hell they're going to do. And then I still got to be there at 1:30 to set, to clean things up, So yeah. After party is clean up. They ought to allow y'all to have some drinks, like, hey, the kids are gone. I'm pretty sure there's probably some kids after party cleanup, but I'd be like, y'all should be able to have, after the kids leave, come midnight, y'all should be able to have some drinks as y'all cleaning up. And then maybe not the DJ, but get a big, somebody got their iPhone with a speaker and let's clean. Be a lit on the way going home. Get your designated driver. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of work. What time does prom itself actually start for the kids that just show up, that just fall in on prom and didn't plan anything? Okay. What time was that? That should be about, let's say, if it ends at 11, I would say 7 should be the start time, I would think. Paula says, I had to dip out. Wyatt wanted to shower, so I had to make sure he didn't flood the bathroom. And that is smart. Very smart. Okay. Very smart. At least he's clean, right? In America, it feels like only the common man suffer. The rich always seem to benefit off people's tragedy. Yes, I agree. You know what? I will say this, though. I think that's a common people thing. That is a very common people thing. I think America is very, what's the term I'm looking for? what's the term? Oh, words are failing me. I think America is just not afraid to put their stuff out there. Okay. I think we tend to put our problems on front page and with no shame. I think pretty much most countries have those same problems. I think we tend to publicize ours more, and other countries tend to allow us to publicize them more and continue to publicize ours for us. But I think other countries have that same problem. I think that other countries, is uncouth the word? But anyway, they tend to take care of their own in a more covert manner, like racism, right? We have that, we put it on full display. Some act like it's not there, but it's on full display. Other countries have that too. I feel like a lot of other countries have that. I feel like they don't put it on public page. It's more something they keep in-house to separate themselves from history and from us, to say we're not them, when actuality you still have those things on such a smaller scale. You just tend not to put it out there and try to handle your problems like internal. But also, we have this supposed democracy. A lot of these countries have like dictatorships and what's the term, of communist or whatever. Anyway, they tend to suppress the voices a whole lot more, so those voices don't speak for themselves, so you don't hear about it. I like that we're a free country in order to do that, and that's kind of where that freedom comes from, but it's a double-edged sword. And so that's what we live with. But yeah, I think all countries have their problems. I just think we tend to have no shame. We're tacky. That's why I turned tacky. We are tacky. I hope you enjoy prom, Kayla. Yes, I hope you do. I think it should be a good time. I mean, you have quite a bit of time. It's like end of May, right? I'm assuming this time frame we talked about is it's further out. You have quite a bit of time before it happens. Plenty of time to make sure all the ducks are in a row. It's like a wedding. Don't you hate when you plan a wedding some people plan a wedding for years, and then it's like, really, this went wrong? But you get the good with the bad. It happens. I planned my wedding for 11 months, only for the caterer to mess up the cake. And for me to not really eat. I think I had one cupcake of the 300, and I think I had, maybe it was 150. Anyway, it was a lot of cupcake. It was like 8 different types of cupcakes, and I literally had one. And it wasn't even the favorite one that I was looking forward to. I had one piece of the cake, and the centerpieces, I think I messed up because I planned them. That was one of the big things that I wanted to have at my wedding, and I just think I didn't do a good job on it. But everything else went together the way that I wanted, for the most part. But I let my husband talk us into leaving the day after our wedding, because that's kind of where his friends did for their weddings. And I had told him from the beginning, we're doing us, not what other people are doing, right? But I let him talk me into that, and I think that was the issue with the disconnect after the wedding, about why some things went awry, like where things went, us not really getting like the food that was left over. We didn't really get that, because like, that's why I didn't really enjoy, like, I didn't really get much of the wedding cake or any of the cupcakes, because we left after and those things were boxed up and certain people were supposed to be responsible for them, and they just trashed everything. So I was really peeved. That was a lot of money that went down the tubes that I really didn't get to enjoy. But yeah. Anyway, you enjoy it, okay? It's a long time in planning a prom or any event. Make sure y'all enjoy it. Do not let other people's expectations get in the way of your enjoyment for an event that you planned, okay? Paula says, when the kids are gone, it's time for the adults to party. It is, but adults are tired. Adults are tired, okay? You got to take that into consideration. I think y'all deserve a drink. If you drink after all of that, okay, I would be bobbing my head with my little drink, whether it's sanctioned by the school or not. I would be cleaning, and then I'm going home. That's what I would do.
Kayla says we definitely have a speaker going and we're all dancing while we're cleaning up. Prom starts at 7 with their plated dinner usually. And don't worry, us teachers are also eating dinner. You had a meal? What? Y'all had a meal? Wow. Okay. I'm glad that the teachers got to enjoy it, but I'm stuck on you had a meal. We had some punch, and I think there was I think it was a minute ago, y'all. I think we had some light snacks, and not even a lot because I went back and the snacks were not there. But a meal? Wow. Okay. Okay. I feel you. I like your prom. Okay. Kayla says we usually have our prom at the end of April. So, yes, a lot of time. Okay. Okay. Yeah. In the school year. Okay. Well, you know what? It should be a good time. Do you know your theme? Let me know if y'all plan the theme in advance. Paula says, I've heard too many catering horror stories, mainly wedding. Oh, yes. Yes. And it's so sad, though, because here's the thing. When you have a vendor mess up your wedding for whatever, you can't get that back. Sometimes they will monetarily compensate you automatically. Like we got a bit of a discount on our cake because of the mess up. And it wasn't a complete mess up. Don't get me wrong. It was the colors were off. And I had a picture and I showed her that when she tried to say she did what I asked. I'm like, here's the picture. That's definitely off. And then also the back was like smeared. So I mean, but it was no way for her to fix it with the time allotted. And she was like, I'm not going to. So she compensated me a bit, like just of a discount. And we just turned the smash part of the cake, like the smear, to the back. But and you know, most people didn't know, but I feel like it kind of threw off the color scheme a little bit. You know, the colors were off. It wasn't what I wanted, but it was still fine. But I'm just saying, like, it wasn't catastrophic. But some people have like vendors that don't show up and you have no food at all for your event, you know, things like that. A DJ didn't show up to a dancing event, so somebody had to pull out an iPhone and a speaker. Like things like that is just nuts, okay? But it happens. But you know, what can you do? You're dealing with people, human fallacy. It happens, you know. Weddings can be expensive. I mean, events are expensive, but weddings, especially, as soon as you put, I learned this, when you're planning a wedding, as soon as you put the title wedding on it, it gets expensive-er. Like, I remember I was trying to book a limo. When I told them it was a wedding, it was automatically $300 more. Automatically. So I went with another vendor, but I was shocked. I was like, hold up. I told you I was booking you for a party. And you were like, fine. And when I told you it was a wedding, you were like, oh no, we have special wedding prices. That's what they said. And it was about $300 more. I was utterly shocked. I was almost not going to have a limo, you know, but you know, it is what it is. But I was not spending $27,000, $30,000 on a wedding. I've been to people that planned those and they were nice. But it's basically a big party. I was not going to spend that, and I did not. But to each his own. But yeah, you do have those horror stories that happen, and it really does suck when you spend a lot of time and effort into it for an event to be special and it goes awry. But it happens, it happens, it happens. And it really does suck though when you have to fight somebody that ruined it, knowing they ruined it. And you have to fight them in order to get them to own up to it and to somehow compensate you for it. You know, like you have let's say you have a wedding or a party, let's say a wedding, and you're supposed to have beef and chicken, but all they have is chicken, right? To me, you didn't do what you said. And I've seen this at places to where they only bought the chicken, right? And then they're like, well, you had food, so I don't owe you any compensation. Like, that's not what you paid for, right? So there should be something. Like, I'm not saying get it for free, but there should be something, you know. Some people have weddings or events on a space that's like completely bare and you bring in everything, right? I think those are the situations where something that could possibly happen
to make it more catastrophic, you have a more likelihood of that happening. I was not, because I was planning my wedding long distance, because we were doing long distance at the time. And I just knew I did not have the time to go through all that. And it can get super expensive as well. So what I did was I chose, it was a restaurant, award-winning restaurant, but they had like a catering, an event space on top. So it was a restaurant below, and then up top was a venue space that they used for events. And that's what I chose because they already had like napkins and tables and chairs. You had to use their food. It was in-house food. We went for a test for the food. The food was delicious. So, we ate at the restaurant. They didn't offer free testing, but the food was delicious. I already knew it. They had several options that they already had. So there was certain things that were already built into the venue that I didn't have to worry about. And they had contracts with certain vendors that they used. I had the option potentially to use other vendors in some aspects, but for the most part, they used certain vendors that they were already familiar with. So they knew how that worked. I just had to designate and then go show up and coordinate with those people. So I tried to mitigate as many things that could go wrong as possible that I had to have a hand in. I tried to mitigate those risks up front with what I chose and how I chose to do. And I felt like for the most part, everything worked well with that. So very pleased with how that worked out. So anyway, yes, those horror stories can be nuts. Okay. And speak of the stone sim, this is Chris. How you doing? This is Chris, who I almost said my book title for the other day. So Chris, I was going to tell people the book that I'm reading, which the book is called, I was about to say it again. I was going to say the stone sim. So the book is called The First Stone. And if it pulls up, the book is called, this is the book. It's called The First Stone. And I keep trying to say The Stone Sim. But yes, this is a good book by Tashio Combs if y'all are interested. It's a romance fantasy, but having a good time with it. But how are you doing today? Are you streaming with some games? Let us know. Hello, Miss Kiana. How are you doing today? Are you working? What's going on? Let us know. Kayla says, are the tale as old as time and we're doing all the fairy tales? Oh, that ought to be fun. Okay. So are people coming dressed as like their favorite fairy tale characters, or maybe just doing some ears or something? These girlies like to dress the way they want to dress these days. But that ought to be pretty cool. That's a good theme right there. Paula says hello to Kiana and Chris. Everybody saying hello to each other. There we go. Yes, I know. It was fun. I still keep saying the Stone Sim. Okay. I said that to my husband the other day. What are you reading? The Stone Sim. Kiana says hello to Chris as well. And Kiana says about to start work. Ooh, I feel your pain. I have to do some work myself the next 3 days straight. That's a lot. It takes a lot out of you, 12-hour shifts. I don't know. My sister does what does she do? My sister does 6 and 2. Sometimes 6 and 4. I don't understand. I think it's supposed to be 4 and 4, but her work does some weird, sketchy things. I don't get it, but I just am exhausted. But I think if you've been doing it for years, then you get into a pattern. And then they make like mandatory overtime. I just am not. It's exhausting. All right, y'all. Let's get into our next sprint here. Okay, I'm gonna go figure out some food for my belly. Where is this gonna show? There we go. Okay. So we have a firefly race right here, y'all. So pick your poison. We have 1 through 4. We have pink, orange, green. Oh, looks like 2 greens. Okay. So it's pink, orange, darker green, and we'll call that lighter green. Yeah, it's definitely a green. 2 greens. Okay. Paula, we know which one you're going to go for. Okay, y'all. Pick which one that you would like to win. I'm going to go for number 3, which is the lighter, not lighter, like a loud, darker green. There you go. See, Paula, I already knew it. Kiana's going to take a few days off next month. Ooh, that's always nice. What are you going to do with that time? Please tell me you're going to do something for yourself, okay? What are you going to do with your time off, Miss Kiana? Paula's going to do green, just any green, right? Kiana's going to go with number 4. Paula is shocking. And Chris is going to go with number 2. Okay. So Paula, are you going to differentiate or no? Okay. Oh, okay. I did see this one. Green 3. Okay. Okay. There we go. I see it. See it. See it. Okay. So we have number 2 has support, number 4, and number 3. Anybody for number 1? Bueller. Bueller. I say that all the time, y'all. Okay, y'all. We're gonna go and do our first sprint. Kiana's gonna contemplate going to the movies and to sleep. I don't blame you, girl. That sounds like a fun time. I'm gonna do that now. Okay. I could not stay awake for nothing yesterday. Okay, y'all. Happy reading. I'm gonna go get some food. And number 4 is the winner. Okay, well, there we go. Fireflower number 4, green, has pulled out on top. Number 4 was Kiana. Okay, well, there you go, Kiana. I chose green, just the wrong one. So apparently that does not work. How was that sprint for everybody? I'm going to queue up the next sprint, which, let me see, what time is it? We'll do 2 more 45s. I'm going to queue up the next sprint here for us. I made pizza. I actually just finished making it a little while ago and started eating it. So I'm not even done. So I wanted to stay hot. So we are going to make this next one quick. But I made pizza and am enjoying it. So this is my breakfast / lunch. And I actually was reading as well. So I'm about 70% into my book, The First Stone, and am enjoying my book thus far. So that is what I did. I made a pizza and I'm eating it and I read. So I call that a win. I am not mad at that at all. How about yourselves here? Let's see. Okay, see, Kiana's going to take some days off next month and she's going to use that to sleep and to go to the movies. So not bad at that. Jean says the bottom one. Nope, it was number 4. Hello, Miss Molly. Golly, Miss Molly, how are you doing today? Livia is back, filmed, and uploaded a video. That's good. That's good. We'll definitely check that out later. Hopefully, you had a good stream. All your editing and all of that stuff went well, because that seems to be the big issue for me. Kiana says hello to Livia and Molly. Molly picked 4. How about that? There we go. So Kiana and Molly both picked a winner. Okay. I'm not mad at that at all. Good job on picking the correct one. Okay. Molly says, oh, what is this mouse? I think I need to just calm down with the clicking. Sometimes the mouse acts up. And then the stream just kind of moved up on its own too. Anyway, Molly says, he just lying. In spirit, you picked number 4, okay? There you go. Good job, Kiana. Okay. And you won. Exactly. It's nice to win one, right? Okay, we got 2 more, so 2 more for those of us that haven't won anything. Hello, Miss Alicia. How are you doing? Just joining and going to get some lunch soon and work on my TBR Apothecary game creation and hopefully take a quick shower while the tree people are gone. Oh, yes. I know you've been having some chaos. Okay. Oh, yeah. Watch out for those tree people, but they're pretty quick. If you have some folks that really know how to cut some trees, they can be pretty quick. I had a really good tree guy when I was in Jersey, like quick and inexpensive. Okay. And they didn't even have like all those fancy equipment. They literally would somehow climb the tree, cut it and fell the branches or whatever, and to go down and then grind it up. It was crazy to watch them work, but I'm telling you, some people do their thing. Okay. But yeah, it definitely has a certain amount of noise to it. So you'll be all right. Just boosa. Yeah, y'all, I got the hiccups. I think it's because I put some jalapenos inside of my pizza. Oh, man. Kiana got to page 50. It's driving me nuts, y'all. Y'all don't see what I see here. My anytime a comment comes through, for some reason, it's like kicking my comments up here more than they normally do. And so it's like everything keeps shifting. And, my eyesight's already crazed up. Kiana got to page 15 of House of the Interpreter, buddy read I'm doing with Leslie. I've never heard of House of the Interpreter. Is this for her interview with the dragon? Let's interview the dragon, okay? Interview with the vampire series. And if so, which character are y'all doing? Let me know. Whose shelf are you reading from? Are you enjoying House of the Interpreter? Let me know if we should pick that up. Kiana says hi to Alicia, and it's Ren. Hello, hello, hello. How's the day? Kiana says hello to Alicia says hello to Kiana. Ren says, hoping to finish Extracurricular by Rachel Lynn Solomon. Well, I hope you do as well. I'm going to wish you good vibes because I have a plan to finish my book today as well. Okay. It's about to go down. Chaos just happened. Okay. Kiana says, I joined AMC A-List and have been going to so many movies. Ooh, what are the perks of the AMC A-List? Okay. I used to have an AMC card that every time you go, you swipe and you get points. And it was like, I don't know. I don't know what it is now, but it was like every fourth time I got something for free. So let me know what this A-List is about. Alicia says, yeah, they finished the backyard. Just need to cut the front yard. And I think they just got back. Ooh, okay. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. They'll be quick. Okay. Quick, expeditious, and inexpensive. I don't know if we can vote for all of those and have them succeed. We'll see. Paula is 67% is when Grumpy met Sunshine and picked up my heel stitches. Okay. Well, hopefully Grumpy becomes more Sunshine by meeting Sunshine and your heel stitches go well. Okay. All right, y'all, let's get to this next sprint because my pizza, I cut it up, is still warm and I want to keep it that way. So our next, race is an emoji race. So pick your poison. You got 1, 2, 3, and 4. Number 1 looks like they're sad. Number 2 is Pinocchio with the lion. Number 3 is like excited with the stars. And number 4 is upset. I want to go with 3, but I'm going to go with 4, okay? Because 4 just needs some love and support because they are saying some stuff, okay? Gonna go with that one. Ren says, Courtney, last week's books, Verity Guild was really good. Oh, yeah, you were reading. I remember the name. You gave it 4.25. However, it is not a standalone, ends on a biggest cliffhanger. I'm out. I'm out. Don't you hate that? Did it say that? I feel like books should state that. I really do. It's a cliffhanger. Like, why not state that so I am aware? Even if there's subsequent books. I think it's because they know that if they state that up front, if people choose to read the book, they're going to wait till the next book come out. But it's such a travesty. I hate it. To me, you ruined me if you didn't state that up front. I'm not going to read it. Sorry, just not going to. I've been sprint too many times. Oh, by the way, someone told me, I forgot who, it was on Sprints though, in the last 2-3 weeks that Python, which is the second book in the Daggermouth series, was out on NetGalley. And I have not seen it. I've looked at it many different ways and was not able to find it. So let me know if anybody in the chats told me that, and if you were able to get the subsequent books Python in the Daggermouth series. Just curious. Otherwise, it's going to be held till next year before I read any of them. So let me know. Also, someone in Sprints last week told me about a new Ice Planet Barbarians called Barbarian's Choice. That's on NetGalley, and I was able to find that. I requested it. I've not heard back, but just if y'all are interested in Ice Planet Barbarian, I did find it on NetGalley. It took a while. I don't know why. NetGalley the keywords and things you gotta do, just don't be clicking for them. Because I typed in Ice Planet, I typed in Ruby Dixon. Like, I typed in all the keywords for Ice Planet Barbarian and it did not come up. But I went to Google and found it that way, just like a general search of what Ice Planet Barbarian on NetGalley, and somehow I was able to find it, but just totally weird. So that's why I'm like, am I not able to find Python because I need a link somewhere else? Let me know if y'all are aware of Python being on NetGalley. And then Alicia said, I mean, according to my husband, they gave us a quote that was cheaper than most. Yeah. I mean, it's expensive to cut down trees. Like, my guy was awesome. Like, 3 trees, $900. I referred him to at least 4 other people, and they all were just like, this guy's like a third of the price as other folks. You know, some people have, I don't know how they make it work, but I'm just saying, it can get crazy for tree people. So if you have one that's good and that you're aware of the like good quotes and stuff, pass that along, because some of these folks just get outrageous. Okay. Alicia says they're doing a great job. That's good. Okay. I'm glad you have some people that you trust that are hooking it up. Okay. Because last thing you want is them to do a shitty job and damage some other stuff. Okay. Okay. So we have number 3 for Molly. Okay. There we go. Thank you for voting for number 3, because I wanted to support, but I think number 4 needs my support more. Alicia goes for everybody's looking at number 3. It's this nice shining day. That was my first go-to. I wanted to choose 3, but I figured 4 needed some love. So I appreciate y'all choosing 3. Ren says no, it was marketed as a standalone because usually on Goodreads it shows as a book. And I see, that's some ish. That's some ish, y'all. I'm telling you, especially with fantasies, I do a lot of research before I decide to read a book. I'm not gonna lie, unless it says it like right on there that it's a standalone, like says those words. I don't believe that it's a standalone or that it doesn't end in the cliffhanger without additional research, because I've been friggin' bamboozled several times. And to me, that is not okay. I wouldn't even want to read the second in the series after hearing what you just said. Alicia says, I don't trust number 2. He may be lying with that nose. That is true. That's the reason I didn't choose to. He's like, I'm a winner, and then he's not, right? Kiana says it's about $30 a month. You can see up to 4 movies a week in any format. What? Hold up. You pay $30 and you can just go to see up to 4 movies. So that means you said a week, right? So 12, you can see up to 12 movies a month at any AMC theater for $30. Dang. You know what? They're probably banking on the fact that you'll probably buy the concessions and stuff like that. And then so they make money off of that. But that's a great deal if you go to the movies, because hell, these days, unless you're getting a deal, 2 movies is $30 already. Ooh, I might need to look into that. Okay. You can still get points. AMC A-list. I don't really go to movies, but my husband just be finding stuff at home. But I'm going to write that down. Maybe I can do a little research. AMC A-list. Okay. Thank you, Kiana. That's crazy. All right. I like a good deal. See, I be getting up and going to the bathroom and stuff like that during movies. But that's because I know I can pause at home. And they've been making movies so long these days, y'all. So long. I just don't have the patience. There's some movies been on my movie list forever because they're so long that I'm just like Avatar. Oh my God, I got to be in the mindset for Avatar. I would never go to the theater and see it because I'd have to get up 4 times. By the way, if you have not seen that movie, Obsession, it came out earlier this year in May. Totally amazing movie. I highly suggest you check out Obsession. Let me know if you have. Kelly says, happy time zone. I choose story-eyed emoji. Everybody's choosing 3. Okay, y'all know something I don't know. I hope y'all all lose because I chose 4. Oh, man. Rin says, I heard about Python, but I still haven't seen it. Okay. Have you heard about it being on NetGalley? Or did you just hear about it? Because, I don't know have my planner. I don't have my planner with me, but I haven't written down of when it comes out. I think is in March, of next year, something like that. But it's next year early. But I want to read Dagger. Since it's a duology, I want to read Daggermouth and Python together or close together. So that's why I got rid of my hold for Libby for Daggermouth. But I did see Daggermouth on NetGalley. I did see that. I was thinking of requesting it, but here's the thing. It's already out. No, actually, it's about to come out. And I'm not going to review it anytime soon because I don't want to read it. So I didn't want to request it and then just have it sitting up there. So, and I know I can get it from the library because my hold came through already. So I decided not to worry about that for now. Kelly says, I'm off to fold the basket of clothes and wash a load. Okay. Get your laundry done, girl. I ain't mad at you. I did it yesterday, okay? Thanks for stopping by. Ren says hi to Kiana. And Alicia says That's pretty good. I think ours was 7 trees for 19 cents. Oh, that's an awesome deal there. Yeah. I have seen people cut down one tree, depending on how big, but you know them old big oaks that's all over the place. I had a neighbor that cut down one of those and it was 3 grand for that one tree. That's a lot. Oh my God, so much, so much. I don't want any trees, y'all. Well, I have a little chainsaw, and in our house, at our old house, we had a lot of trees. Okay, y'all seen those, or I've talked about them a lot if y'all were with me eons ago. But yeah, I cut down a lot of trees with my little chainsaw. Okay, the only people we paid to cut down trees is like when they were so big we couldn't do them ourselves. But I have cut down full-on trees with my little 12-inch chainsaw. Okay, just take your time. Okay, Kiana chose 2. Okay, so we got 2, 3, and 4. There we go. There we go. Pays for itself in 2 movies a month. It does. It does. That's why I wrote it down. I had to do them numbers. Okay. I thought Peloton had ARC straight from the publisher and not through NetGalley. Well, not on NetGalley. Okay. Well, Well, let me. I was gonna say, give me the link for the publisher, but I don't be getting ARC from them. They don't think much of me, so I don't know. I'll probably just have to wait. I'll just have to wait. Okay, no, somebody mentioned NetGalley. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was a typo or something, but I could have sworn it said NetGalley. 9 movies this year. I've never seen that many in 1 year. That's a great deal, Kiana. That's a great deal, and it gets you out the house too. You get them reclining seats and stuff. Oh my gosh. Because you said any movie, right? So even like the IMAX or the ones with the seat that climbs. Okay, I'll pay some for some snacks if I get into that. I believe we have 6 oaks on our property. Yeah, them trees can get expensive. Yeah. I look at that when I look at houses. Like I see some houses out here and I'm just like, you're gonna pay a lot of money because at some point some of these trees need to be cut down because they're gonna fall on your house. I'm done with a bunch of trees. I want a house that has no trees around or they're just on the peripherals, as Cat Williams would say. All right, y'all, let's get to the sprint. My pizza is getting cold. Okay. Happy sprinting. I will see you in 45. This is the second to last. It's number 2, Pinocchio. Didn't I say that? Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, y'all, the timers. Okay. Anyway, Pinocchio, number 2, 1. Somebody said that was they weren't going to choose that emoji. Hold on, let me get this off the screen. Because who said it? Somebody said, who was talking about the Pinocchio? Oh, here we go. It was Alicia said she didn't trust the Pinocchio because he may be lying. Maybe we were lying about it. Okay, we were like, Pinocchio is not going to win because he has the big nose and he tends to lie. And maybe the visual deceived us. Anyway, how did that go for everybody? How did that sprint go? That is the second to last sprint, so we have one more. I was reading. That's what I did. I finished my pizza breakfast lunch for eating, and then I was reading. I stepped outside, so that's what I've been doing actually, outside reading, because I'm enjoying the nice weather, I will say, outside. So I'm about 75% through my book. It's slow going because it's a long book, but I'm enjoying it and looking forward to finishing it today, some time frame, either on this sprint or after. So that has been what I did. I also hydrated, so I suggest you do the same. I actually think I need to go get some more liquid because I'm almost done here. So make sure y'all are hydrating and making sure you're having it trickle down to all the body cells and whatnot. So I'm just queuing up the last timer, which is going to be 45 as well. Let's see what y'all are doing. Okay, so Alicia was saying she's getting some trees cut down and she got a great deal, and there are 6 oaks on her property, which is a lot of trees. That's a lot. Good luck with that. Take care of them. Just make sure your property is safe for the kiddos and for yourself, okay? Kiana was talking about a $30 AMC A-list deal, which I wrote down because I want to take a look at that. And it includes 3Ds, laser, and Excel. So all the things. Okay, that's awesome. There we go, Kiana. Get that lottery ticket. Share those numbers with me too, okay? Since you're winning so much, okay? You're choosing the right emoji. I am still 0 for. How many did we do? I think we did 3 today, right? So I'm 0 for 3. So that is me. So hopefully this next one will pan out and we'll go from there. But yes, not winning these ones here. But I'm happy that somebody is. Because there are times that people don't choose winners, okay? Alicia said 2, number 2, 1. Yes. Number 2, 1. So many of y'all chose 3, okay? Nobody chose 1. Yep. Alicia says, I have been working on my TBR game creation, the apothecary one, right? Writing everything down and now making lunch after talking to my dad. Say, hey, Daddy. Well, hopefully that all goes well with your TBR. You get everything done, get it filmed, all that good stuff, okay? And that your books are good, because that's the paramount thing. They're all done with the tree trimming. Ooh, that would be good, okay? Hopefully. It's getting later in the day. What time is it? It is, oh my gosh, y'all, this time, I thought it was like 3 o'clock. It's 1:11. Okay. It is still early in the day, but it's afternoon. So there's that. But the sooner they get done, the better. Woo, y'all. I sure thought it was later. Okay. We're still going to do one more sprint. Okay. Oh, man. Kelly says 35% of the X-Hex by Aaron Sterling while working on laundry. There we go. That makes it goes by much, much quicker. Okay, so there we go. How much laundry you have left? Alicia says, right, I thought it was later. I think it's because I got up early. I think that's why it's later. Because I already cooked dinner. That's not true. I prepped dinner. All I have to do is just put it in the oven and make a side, which I'm going to get the husband to do. But it's because I got up this morning early for a doctor's appointment. And my sprint I scheduled to do at 10, but I actually started it at 9 because I was already up. And I'm just like, what am I doing? And so I think it's because of that. And because I've actually read, like y'all know with me on my sprints, generally I'm running around because I get up right before sprints. If I even went to bed at all, and then I'm working out and doing things. But here, I didn't work out today. Shame on me. But since I got up so early, I've been reading a lot during the day. So I think that's the reason why it just seems like it's later. Because by the time I get to reading, generally it's like the second to last or the last sprint. So, and I haven't even used an audio because I've actually been able to sit down and read, which is what I enjoy doing. Okay, I've very much been enjoying reading with my eyeballs lately. Okay, it's nice. That's the reason I got into reading, to sit and chill and relax. But I am definitely not against a good audio because I read those too. But lately it's been definitely a lot of this. Kelly says, next sprint, I need to edit them for my author. Okay, there we go. Get that work done. Get it done. Alicia still needs to paint bookcases, but it's too hot right now. See, we had a lot of rain lately, so it's kind of cool things off. So it's actually very pleasant. Like I'm sitting outside on the deck and I don't have a fan or anything. It's just me sitting there very, very comfortably, besides the ants, okay? Anyway, we're going to do on this day in history, and let's see what happened. Today is, let me verify, it is the 21st. Yes, it is. So July 21st, apparently yet the world's longest railroad, the Trans-Siberian Railway, was completed after more than 10 years of construction. That's a long time. The Trans-Siberian Railway runs 5,772 miles between Russian cities of Moscow in the west and Vladivostok in the east. That's a lot. That's a long, long, long railway. And those are two Russian cities. So that's a long way, and you're still in Russia. That just shows you how big it is, okay? Ren finished extracurricular and gave it 3.25 stars in writing the review. Ooh, okay, I mean, that's pretty good. I'm thinking you probably won't read it again, but that's not too bad. Okay, well, anything outstanding about extracurricular that we need to know? So that was in 1904 that the Trans-Siberian Railway was completed. Apparently in 2012, U.S. adventurer Aaron Uruk returned to Bodega Bay, California after completing the first solo trip around the globe using only human muscle power. Over 5 years of travel, he covered 41,000 miles by cycling, walking, canoeing, kayaking, and rowing. That's a lot of miles and a lot of time. And apparently, bro has not been working, must have had a lot of sponsors or money. And how did he get all this equipment? So he must have had a team. I don't know what would possess somebody would do that, but yeah, so he traveled for 5 years around the world with all of these different apparatuses, and somehow he was able to carry. Okay, because you're not putting a bike on a canoe. Anyway, that's in 2012. And so the things people do when they have time on their hands, right? In 2017, Hako Sho beat Takayasu Akira in Nagoya, Japan, winning his 1,048 sumo match and setting the record for most career wins in the sport. Okay, Hakuo. I ain't mad at you. There's Hakuo. That's a lot of sumo fights. Every once in a while, I run across a sumo match or whatever about sumo on YouTube or IG, and y'all, some of the visuals are just not there. Like people be getting some angles, and I'm just like, I didn't need to see that. But very interesting. Okay. I'm not going to be doing it, but hey, have fun at it. And I don't want to attend any matches either. In 1865, Wild Bill Hickok shot Davis Toot in a gunfight in Springfield, Missouri. And that made him become known as the Wild West Showdown. Hold up. So we did something about Wild Bill Hickok the other day. Here we go. On July 14th, was that last week? Yeah, it was last week. It's 1881. Actually, hold up. No, that's two different people. Hold up. Two different people. Wild Bill Hickok, and this is Wild West Billy the Kid. Oh, yeah, never mind. Two different people. I just remember their name, Wild West. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. So in 1865, Emancipation Day, Wild Bill Hickok shot down Davis Toot in a gunfight, which is the Wild West Showdown. Okay. Apparently in 1983, Soviet research station Vostok in Antarctica noted a ground temperature of 100 negative, let's say that negative 128.6 degrees Fahrenheit, the lowest ever recorded on Earth. That is very low, okay, because freezing is 0 degrees Celsius, right, which is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Remember that conversion. 9/5 degrees C plus 32, okay, that's your Fahrenheit. So negative 128 degrees Fahrenheit is negative 89 degrees Celsius, so well below freezing, okay, in case y'all weren't aware. That was in 1983. That's low. That's very low. And that was in Antarctica. Apparently in 1919, Azerbaijan became the first Muslim country to grant women aged 20 and above the right to vote. Whew, y'all, that figure is daunting, okay? And it's scary. That goes to show you, women's rights have to be fought for. Others, there's a lot of others. I talk about this a lot, okay? It's just to hone in on my life, but also on the world, okay? Others, there's a lot of others. Most of us in here, there's a lot of different others, but most of us here, we're in other, okay? So just keep that in mind. Women, minorities, you're others, okay? Rights you have to fight for. They're not given, and just because they are given, after a while of fighting for them, don't mean you won't have to continue to fight for them, or that they will be respected. If you turn on your TV on any given day, you will see why, if you're not Delulu, okay, like politicians. But that was in 1919, first Muslim country to give women the right to vote if they're 20 and over. And apparently a Kenyan athlete in 1972 was born. Her name is Catherine Ndariba. She's a legendary long distance runner, won the Boston Marathon 4 times. Woo, oh my gosh, I'm nowhere close once. She won the Boston Marathon 4 times and the Chicago and World Champions Marathon twice. Dang, girl, you must be tired. Okay, so let's see. We got the Trans-Siberian Railroad. We have Board Ridge guy traveling the earth on his own human muscle power. We got sumo wrestler champs, Muslim countries giving women the right to vote, Wild Bill doing the Wild West Showdown, and cold as ground. And July 21st. That's this day, y'all. That's this day. Let's see. What else are we going to do? Okay, Alicia's going to paint bookcases. And we had Ren talking about 3.25 stars. And Kelly is saying Gesundheit. Thank you. It's been an allergy day already, okay? When I went to the doctor, it was, I go to the doctor next week. Today was just the blood work. They're doing a week before. But I was sitting there, and right before she put the needle on my arm, I sneezed, and I was like, I think it's you. And then that just started the allergies for the day. It happens. It happens. Okay, y'all. So let's get to our last sprint. Our last sprint, y'all. Make it count. Make it count. Okay, I'm going to go outside and read. I wish I could take y'all with me. Maybe in my new place, whenever I get that, y'all. I'm keeping that in mind. Whenever I get my new place, it is going to be conducive for outdoor sprinting, okay? I love the outside and I enjoy sprinting, but I hate doing it inside. It drives me nuts, okay? So anyway, so here we got a turtle race, okay? A turtle race. Or is it turtle race? We're going to say a turtle race. And they're beautiful, y'all. We have 1 through 4. So number 1 is like, I don't know, the pink. It looks like one of those, what do they call it? The light shades. But you got number 1 is pink. Number 2 is greenish. Number 3 is kind of like that. You know how the broken glass, the mosaic. So 3 looks like an orange mosaic, and number 4 is like a dull mosaic. So I like 2 and 3. I'm going to go with. Ooh, I'm torn. I'm torn. Ooh, something big me. I am going to go with number. I'm going to go with number 2. I like that color combination. I like the shell, the glass mosaic, and the oranges on number 3, but I'm not a fan of that dull green color. But number 2 is popping out at me. So there we go. Number 2 is what? Oh, look at you, Alicia. Okay, high five, girl. Okay, yes, yeah, definitely nice. Okay. Okay, so Alicia's gonna go with number 2, okay, and Kelly's gonna go with number 1 for the pink, pink, pink. Not mad at it. Ren's also gonna go for number 1 as well. Awesome, awesome. So we got 1 and 2. Anybody trying to choose 3 and 4? Let us know. Let us know. Let me go ahead and find this other banner here. Last spring, y'all, so keep this in mind. Oh, you can't even see them now. I wish we could put that in another spot. Well, I could do it in another spot. Can I change? Nope, that's not what I want. I guess I could do that, but I don't want to. I do kind of like this, but let's see what it looks like once we actually go. I don't like to block the bottoms. Anyway, where are we at here? All right, we're gonna go ahead and I'm clicking around too much, y'all. It's moving things. Ren's gonna choose number 1. Okay, so we got 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Okay. Okay, y'all. Happy reading, make it count. Cheers. Man, they fast. Hi, sorry about that. I had to go and get my planner. Oh, pink one, number one. Okay. Well, I'm 0 for 4 today. Number one, pink, pink, pink. I do believe this is my favorite timer of the day. It's very nice, very nice, very nice. How did that sprint go for everybody? How did it go? How did it go? How did it go? I am still reading my book. So close. I am at 85%, so still have some time left. I will continue after this to finish reading the book, okay? Spend some time outside and enjoy myself. I even put my little fan out there, not because it's super hot, because it actually is very pleasant for me, if you ask me. I'm just trying to get some of the little buggies that are biting me to stay off. So this is what I'm reading, The First Stone by Tashio Cummings. And very, very good. Just as a reminder, Will the Wildflowers Grow is my book club pick for the month, and the discussion will be July 31st at 7:30 p.m. if y'all are interested, okay? Just needed to get that out the way. What did I click? So Ren chose number one. Who else chose number one? Was it Kelly? And now my eyes are starting to water. I believe it was Kelly that chose number one as well. But that was the pick, the pink, as well as Molly. So good job. Good job. Kiana chose two. And Alicia says the trees are done just in time because now it's raining. Can't get away from the rain, okay? Alicia, I don't know if it's that way with you, but I know when I first got here, I was told that, hey, it rains about the same time every day. It is not this year. I don't know what's going on. Last year wasn't consistent either, but it was at least a little bit more. Here was consistent like 2 days, and then it's not. It's all over the place because it started off raining. But I know there's some tropical storm or something that's around too. So, but glad that you have at least gotten the trees done. But I will say, some of those outdoor workers will work in that rain, okay? As long as it's not lightning, okay? They will do their thing. Kiana started to pick it and didn't. That's what happens, lady. That's what happens. Hey, you won 2 races, don't be greedy. You won 2 races today. I won none, okay? So that's what happens. Yes, Kelly, you have done. Woo-hoo. Kelly and Molly. Molly can't believe it. She's like, really? I won? Me? Is it my birthday? I have definitely won, okay? Alicia says it usually does rain at the same time, but lately it's been all over the place. Yeah, I don't know. The weather here has been kind of weird, because we didn't really get all that rain. Like last year, I didn't chronicle exactly. I just know it was raining all the time. And then before I knew it, it stopped raining. But because last year was like my first full year here. It was like, I don't know. I would say like, was it April, May through at least August? It was raining like every day. Like I'm talking thunderstorms, lightning, that type stuff, But it wasn't specific. It didn't ruin plans. I like here what I do is I look at the weather report when I have a plan and go based off of that. Because many times it is very accurate. When it says it's going to rain at 5, it's raining at 5, So I just account for that. I have had times like the other day I had an event plan that was supposed to rain and it wound up not. It's like 40% chance. But I feel like 50% is like a dead give. That, but it's been pretty decent lately. So I don't know. Weather's weird. Just accommodate for rain, figure out when it's going to happen, and just hope for the best, Molly said, when we visited my grandma in Fort Myers decades ago, it did rain the same time every day. Yes, yeah. I didn't realize that about the rainy season, like in Florida, that there was one. I will say I didn't do a lot of research, shoot me. But yeah, plenty of my coworkers say that you can like set your watch by it so you know how to plan. But I have not found that consistency at all. This year has been completely just weird. Only in the last few weeks, I would say 2 three may be a stretch. I would say 2 weeks. Have we been really getting rain? Up until that, it's been pretty dry. So, and last year, just, I don't know, I just felt like it rained every day, like thunderstorms. But people were saying that was a fluke too. It's generally rain, not like thunderstorms and lightning. Like I thought it was going to hit the house a few times last year. So I don't know. Just look out for yourself. But yeah, Florida gets a lot of rain. It definitely does. You're right. That's true, Kiana. You want to. Alicia's, I called and paid the tree trimming people and talked to hubby. He is happy. There we go. That's good. That's good. Now, do you pay half up front, half later, or after the service done? Like, how do you do that? Okay. Because I know you don't pay full up front. That is a no-go, y'all, for contractors. Okay. Don't pay up front. Ren says, get caught up on other missing NetGalley reviews. Thanks for this. Well, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Glad you remembered and got those reviews done. Okay. Pay the piper, y'all. Oh, and Kelly, check to make sure the tropical storm Bertha, that's the name. Yes. I was looking at that at the beginning of the sprint. There's a Bertha. Apparently it's trying to go out into the Caribbean. I saw one graphic showing it is doing so. Yes. Yeah. You got them Bertha. Alicia says we ate lunch and I think I'm almost finished with my TBR game creation for Apothecary. Now just to write it down and make sense for me to film a video. See, that's my part right there. I have ideas, but making it make sense is a chore. So then I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do it. I have one book I really would like to do independent review on. Not that those I don't get a lot of views on my channel anyway for my videos lately, but independent reviews, not so much. But I think this book is definitely worth talking about. I feel like it works best for me to write, not necessarily everything, but a little outline. That'll help with the editing process. Because you ever just sit down and film a video and then you're like, and you got to keep thinking. That's a lot of editing in between if you got to move things around. That's why my videos aren't as polished, because I'm done all that moving around. It's just been a lot of time and effort trying to piecemeal things when I didn't say it right. And now I'm just like, I don't care. But I at least like a structure to make sense. So I really do need to sit down and write about the book a little bit, like at least create an outline to say how I want things to go in discussing. So it's not a big jumble. I just don't have the patience. I work the next few days, so maybe I'll take that time, but I'm more concentrated on, I want to finish this book. I've already read like 2 books in between, but I'm more of wanting to read this book that I'm reading than to rehash another book that I enjoyed and continue to enjoy. But to present it, to make sense, I need to make a plan. I don't really want to make that plan. See, laziness, y'all. Me, lazy goes together. Alicia says, I need to take a shower and then hopefully I can read for a bit. I like that idea a lot. Okay, I like that a lot. Yeah, definitely some climate change, Molly, for sure. I heard this thing a few weeks ago that El Nino is coming back. Now, I didn't think El Nino left, but apparently there's been a whole lot of talk in the last few years about it not being a thing anymore. But I've heard this year it is a thing. So we'll see. Alicia's remember when hurricane season. Yes. I don't like that idea, though. I don't like that idea at all. So when we get the lush greenery. But here's the thing. You're in hurricane season, but this rainy season, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alicia, the rainy, though, is just like the summer, right? Because I know August, I would say, was it by the end of August? I'm trying to see if I want to even say the end of August, maybe middle of August. All that rain we were having all the time was done. It was like 3 good months of like all that rain, But like I said, maybe some things have been a fluke. I'm not a seasoned Floridian to make these assumptions, okay? Let me know. But yes, I know about the rainy season for sure and don't need all that. But I do hear that once you get to like the end of October, you're pretty much good. Most are like September or earlier, I don't know when last time a hurricane hit in November, but I'd be pissed. I'd be out of the, you feel like you're out of the window, Molly says great to rent, definitely. They have us pay when the job is done. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's knows when they trust you there. I don't trust contractors that are like home contractors that are doing work at my home in stages and stuff. I don't trust paying them up front. You know how like you go to fast food, you pay up front, right? Like even in restaurants, you pay at the end. But a contractor, I don't mind paying some, especially if it's a big job. Like, but yeah, for the most part, you're getting your money afterwards after I've inspected. And truthfully, after my experience with my home and my husband, I need to be the one physically inspected. Not gonna lie, because we have had instances where like I set everything up. I'm at work, because I work outside the home, and then I get home and he's like, everything's done. I'm like, really? And then I don't want to be the bad person, but it's like, come on, bro. You let these people leave our home and it looks like this, and I got to call them back or how my husband to call them back. So I feel like at this point, like at our new home, I'm going to definitely do some things different. We need to kind of rearrange how we do things because no. You get paid at the end after a satisfactory cleanup. I should not have a hole in my wall and you've been paid and you and your men left. That is unacceptable, period, at all. So, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Before y'all start all coming out, we're hoping it stays a fish storm and doesn't hit. Exactly. We don't need any of that. Any of that. Yeah, I saw one model that was talking about going out toward the Caribbean, and then I saw another one where it said it's going like through the Gulf and headed towards what was it talking about? I didn't even look on the date of this, so it could totally be off. But it said it was going like towards west, towards Hawaii. So before we start leaving out of here, just wanted to let you know I will not be here next Tuesday, because I have a doctor's appointment. So I may sprint sometime during the week. It'll be a pop-up sprint, if that. But I will not be here next Tuesday. But what I will be is for my book club discussion, which is not this week, but next week, which is on the 31st. So I will definitely be, it's not a sprint, it's just a discussion, but next Friday on the 31st. And then the next sprint will be on we'll be into August 4th. Okay, so just to be aware, I may be in y'all comments, but I won't be physically on screen during the sprint next Tuesday. Okay. Alicia says, I usually write out my video and the key points and go from there. Yes, it's good to have an outline. It's definitely like kind of taking a book apart and putting in sequence what it is that you would like to say in your video. I think that's been one of my challenges when I have done reviews, especially when I first started, of not writing things out. But I've also been in the trap of writing out too much stuff. It's like I read the book, so I don't need to write everything down. So, I do like an individual book review. I think it helps for books that you don't like. I like to watch individual reviews from people for books that have an interesting plot, but I don't probably plan to read. So I would love if somebody gave me a spoiler on that too. But also books that I have read, and then somebody actually does a discussion on it. In that case, it's great to have spoilers too, instead of generalities. So just make sure y'all do spoilers to like label the section for that too. But I know like TBR videos and hauls and stuff are, big things with people. But I like an individual book review a lot, but for, specific reasons. So. Bali says, yes, that will be good. At least Florida and Texas are red states. You'll get emergency money if you need it. Who's getting the money? Just saying. I would rather not need it and keep my home and keep everything safe as it is than to try to get emergency money out of people that don't want to give it. I'm done begging people to be my friend, or not be your friend, be an ally in whatever fashion that allyship is, that really don't want to give it in the first place. So that's a negative right there. Don't want it.
El Nino. Yes, yeah, that's what people were saying. It's coming back. It was just interesting because when I came across that program, I'm like, did we ever stop having that? I just thought that everything that's been talked about since has just been political, because a lot of Republicans don't believe that we have a climate change issue because they want to deflect money and stuff elsewhere, right? But I just always thought that people are just putting other things in place of Nino, not that the fact that it's not a thing. So I don't know. Leave the baby there. El Nino and El Nino, and they swap places. And yes, I think you're right, Alicia. It's crazy, y'all. I just say weather's warming. Watch yourself. Tomorrow and Thursday are highs in the mid 70s. That's pretty cold for July. That is pretty chilly. We were actually in the 70s a few days ago here as well. So yes, it's a nice refresher from the heat, but it just means that there's some craziness and tumultuousness happening with climate when you start having these abnormalities. So just look out for yourself, okay? Alicia says, we have rain up until August, September, but yeah, it slows down. Yes. I don't mind that slowing down bit, okay? Alicia says, we have to do that with the flooring pay up front. I always watch them and watch the progress, but our flooring turned out great. Yeah, because these contractors, I'm telling you, I've heard some horror stories. I talked to this lady once that said she will never, ever, ever buy a home again. She was like, for the simple fact that she doesn't want to deal with contractors. She sold her house and she rented an apartment, and she was like, I'm much happier. Because she was like, I don't have to deal with like contractors scamming. She said she got scammed out of 10 grand by a contractor. I'm a natural skeptic because I've seen too many things in life to not be. And I watch too much TV and too many stories of bad things that happen to people. And it's crazy. Yeah. A lot of these people are just horrible. I still remember, like, we had friggin' dead of winter. It's like 4 degrees outside in Jersey, and our heater stopped working. And these people, we had contract after contractor, and we had a what do they call that? One of those home warranties. So we had these contractor people come in out of our home because they would leave, say they're going to get something, and then not come back. We had like 4 or 5 of them. You have us and 5 pets in a home freezing, crowded around a space heater, and you leave and don't come back. And now the company has to hire another contractor. That took like 2 weeks to resolve. That's ridiculous. And I'm like, the fact that people would do that, just some people don't care, I'm glad I wasn't shelling out any extra money. I think that a lot of the people realize their company's not going to make any extra money, and it's not a quick fix. But some of them, will get your money and just disappear. I've seen those Dateline shows, and HVACs are a big thing. HVACs are huge when it comes to scamming for systems, and that's really sad. So you really got to watch out for that one. Okay, I'll be walking around, after a few hours, I'll be like, y'all want a bottle of water? Like just go make an excuse about why you're in there and ask a question. It's like, yeah. Once my husband was home for something. I happened to be in another part of the house. I was kind of letting him handle it close to him. And he was talking about like going run somewhere. And I'm like, no, you have a contractor in your house. What are you talking about? You're going to go drive somewhere else and leave them there by themselves. That makes no sense. No, not going to do that, okay? They are not getting free reign. I hate when they go back and forth out of your house. Oh, that drives me nuts. Okay? It's like you are now living here, leaving the doors open. You're making phone calls leaving outdoors. Like you came in through the front door, but you open the back door so you can go out that way. Have nothing to do with what you're doing. It's just that's the route you're going to go so you can take a phone call outside. This is not your house to just be walking around. No. Watch out, y'all. Watch out. Molly says, good point. I didn't give that enough thought. Yeah. Politics comes into play in a lot of things, girl. Just watch out. I think almost everything that we see when we hear a lot of one subject and not of another, it's a deflection from something else people don't want you to know about. Just like this Nolan Wells thing. I haven't heard anything about it in like the last 2 days. I don't know if something else is deflected from it or not, but it's something that I'm trying to keep track of.
I don't think there will be any satisfactory conclusion. They're going to probably say inconclusive and close it and let it slowly go away. But, you know, keep track, y'all. That's some shady stuff. Alicia says, you really have to do your homework and research the companies and such before doing any kind of work. I always get 3 quotes before picking one and go off the knowledge and vibes they have. See, that's what I tell my husband. And that is the reason why I guess when I always got married, I thought men handle certain things because I grew up that way. I grew up with men vetting contractors, men taking care of like cars, the lawn work. Not to say I grew up in a traditional home because I did not. It's just that was something that the guys like, let me handle this. That's just kind of, maybe it's the masculine, undertones or something. But that's kind of what I grew up with when we did have. I grew up from a single mom, but that didn't mean we didn't have like father figure around or whatever, right? And then that's what my sister's husbands do and stuff, right? And so I always thought that was just kind of a man thing and how they did things. And everybody's different, so I don't necessarily expect my man to be able to be working on cars and all this stuff. I just felt that he would be responsible for it. But we all have our strengths and weaknesses, and you have to kind of recognize that. And as much as it frustrates me, you just gotta know who you're with, and so I'm just like, that's something I would have to bite the bullet on, because it's not necessarily something that I have like innately like, hey, I want to go handle contractors. In reality, I feel uncomfortable. I feel like a lot of men belittle women when it comes to trying to talk to them about work. I found that very much. I found probably the most respect when it comes to dealing with contractors from Black men. For me, feel like for the most part, I felt like most of the contractors I dealt with were white men. And I would say about 3/4 of them I felt were very condescending when I came up to speak to them. And I'm one of those people that I try to do my research ahead of time so I can be able to speak with them, knowledgeable about at least some things. And it wasn't taken well. And I feel like when my husband would come up, then everything, even though they were talking to me, they would automatically start talking with him. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, this dude don't know a single thing about what you're talking about. He's nodding his head, but I know more than you. Like, I called you. He didn't call you. I did. So why are you now deflecting to him? And, they're nice enough because there's that comradeship amongst dudes. But I'm just like, no. Oh, he's pretty nice. No, that dude's an asshole and we're not using him. And my husband would be like, what are you talking about? I was like, no, I don't care how nice you think that guy was. He's a dick. And we're going, But I also have patience in calling contractors and stuff too. My husband has no patience, y'all. I love my man, but he, you know your strengths and weaknesses and different people. No patience. He's one of those people that he calls and, they're, oh, okay, they seem like they talk, let's hire them. And I'm like, no, you're about to spend a few grand on something. We need to talk to a few people. We may come back to this other person, but I'd be damned if the first person that I come to, I'm going to just shell out all this money for a big project. No. No. And I'm not, and also that whole idea of, well, they're the experts, let's just talk to them. No, we're going to do our research ahead of time, and we're not signing on the spot, and we're going to take what they just told us and do our research on top of that. Like, that's what you should do when you're about to shell out a bunch of money for something, The thing about cars is that they get you on the spot and you need your livelihood. That's why car people are big scams. But household stuff, unless you have friggin' sewage floating from the ceiling, then you have time to vet a contractor, Anyway, those are things you have to do. My husband's not good and patient at that. So I'm like, let me handle that and you go do something else, okay? I will just suck up and learn, learning curve. That's one of those things you learn as you go, Let's see. They don't want to be alone in the house anyway, do they? Huge liability issue for them. You never know. Okay? Here's something that's interesting, right? So My husband and a business partner of his, back in the day, they tried flipping. Old thing didn't work out, whatever, right? So him and his business partner tried to do, or friend went into business to do flip house, right? So they had the some contractor, was it like some electric or something? Anyway, it was a house, that wasn't, it was vacant, blah, 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 right? Never had any issues. And mind you, this is not a very good neighborhood, okay? But never had any issues with the house. It's been sitting vacant for weeks, months, blah, 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 right? They're fixing it up. Have a contractor come. Instead of them taking their time out of their day, because they both actually work jobs because they can't afford to just not work, you got to make some sacrifices on your weekends or whatever and go to the home. But, that's on them. It had nothing to do with me. It'd be a whole nother story if I was involved. It wasn't my business. We weren't married at the time. But instead of going to the home, they gave the contractor a code to the lockbox on the house. Mind you, now, a few days later, all the cabinetry in the house has been stolen. Okay. You basically gave somebody unbridled access to a house that's under renovation with things in it, with no oversight and a code. Like, they could have been moved in by the time y'all went out there. Very interesting. So you want to talk about liability? There you go. But some people don't care. But here's another thing about that as well, though, because you have license and bonding in case like there's accidents and things like that. But these are still people. And one thing to note, right? And this is just my opinion. I've owned 3 homes, so this is just my experience, okay, which I won't say super extensive, but I've learned, I've lost money, gained money, whatever, right? And a lot of HVAC techs are professionals. That's a very common profession that is learned in the criminal justice incarceration system. I'm just saying, I've known some people, very common license and stuff or common profession to learn within the system. You don't know who's really coming into your home because you have a company that's licensed and bonding. That's great. A lot of companies want to hire people that they can get the most work out of and pay the least. So I'm just saying, you don't know. And also, those people don't make a whole lot. I know a guy who was HVAC. He actually went to a community college, got HVAC certified. He had a truck by his employer, and he made way less money than I did, and was always concerned about money and having enough money. Now, he wasn't a criminal or nothing like that I'm aware of, but I'm just saying, they're not making a whole bunch of money. Not all of them. Okay. So just, just know who you come and know the company that's coming into your home, but watch the individual. That's all I'm saying. I definitely prefer when they do work outside. I keep the doors locked. And if you need something, knock on the door. I don't even mind running you out some water or something like that. Okay. But I'm definitely going to be home. And if I do have to leave, I make sure all the doors are locked and there is no access to the house. If I do have to leave, I've left like lawn people at the house while I was gone, but that was a short period of time. And I had cameras. Okay. But that's just one of those things to keep in mind. Another thing, I'm just a wealth of information, y'all. Here's another thing. When you have contractors, when they leave, I highly suggest you go through your home and check all your doors and windows and make sure that they are locked. I've seen a Dateline special that talked about it, about how a contractor came through, did whatever they need to do, did work, blah, 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 no issues, but they left a window unlatched. They weren't window people, mind you, but they left a window unlatched for them or their buddy to come by later. Okay, so I'm just saying, that's another thing that I definitely do whenever I've had work done in my house, is I go through and make sure all the windows and doors are locked as they should be, because you never know. Molly says the layout isn't hard. They arrested 2 of the friends for obstructing the investigation. Ooh, we're talking about Nolan Wells, I'm assuming. Yeah. Yeah. You know, some of the people, not to get too much into the Nolan Wells because it's around the news and stuff, but it's just, I don't know. I have my thoughts, to the case, but and I hope that one way or the other there is, when I say justice, I just mean that the family gets some transparency, okay, and what happened. That to me is justice for the parents. I don't think you'll ever get justice for Nolan Wells because his life is gone. But I would like some transparency about what happened. To me, what is unacceptable, because this is American justice system. If there is foul play, to me, there's questions in my mind and serious doubt that there will be any prosecution and somebody actually goes down. Maybe there was some foul play, maybe there wasn't. I don't know. At the very least, I just want his family to know what happened to him. Because I already felt like it was bull from the beginning that the state, Mississippi State, was talking about closing the case after they found him and found out he drowned. How did that happen? To me, you wouldn't even go investigate. So to me, that's already shiesty right there. So yeah, I don't trust you at all. So that just leads to starting it being questions to begin with. And so people are like, oh, people are unfounded by having conspiracy theories. Damn right, I'm having a conspiracy theory from the beginning. It was handled really wrong, But I just would like some transparency. I believe that they deserve an answer. And if legitimately, I don't know how, but somehow he did drown, which it looks to be that's the case. So how did he get in the water? I don't know. I'm just saying, if legitimately there was something of his own accord, he fell into the water and drowned and there was nobody around, I would like the family to at least know that. But instead, I don't like that up in the air. But I will say with a lot of the kids involved and families and the people in the town who aren't talking and deleting social media, it's sad because you need people to open up and talk, but people tend to bond together in solidarity in too much time, right? Because they're afraid of the repercussions of what other people do, especially if there's money involved, which obviously there's a lot of people with money, right? But I understand them not wanting to be a target because it's become such a big polarizing situation already due to the shystiness, due to history, all that stuff, to where anybody that speaks up is now going to a certain extent, be harassed. And who wants that? So I understand people deleting their social media and staying zip, but then that doesn't get answers. And that to me is very unfortunate. But to a certain extent, I don't think it's shysty to say, I don't, my social media is deleted. I'm like, yeah. So I don't know. But yeah, don't get in the way of the investigation there. But you already know there's going to be some of that. We'll see. I don't know. Arrest versus conviction are two different things. I always stand on that. I watch a lot of true crime. I watch a lot of true crime where some people get justice and some people don't. I also watch a lot of true crime, and the news is very particular about whose story as well that gets that publicity and whose story gets investigated. So there's a lot of craziness that involved too. So I probably overwhelmingly have watched true crime in like the last decade than regular TV. So I'm not an expert, but I have some testimony, Hey, Jamie, we're going to be getting out of here. I'm just talking up a whim here about various subjects. Alicia says, for the most part, my husband takes care of the maintenance and contractors, but I'm usually here when they do the work because he is at work. My mom at least taught us the basics, and I can do a lot of things. That's good. I didn't grow up with home maintenance stuff. I'm learning things as I go. I just know I'm a skeptic and I ask a lot of questions. I took my dog to the vet yesterday. I asked a lot of questions. I still came out there with the $750 bill. I'm not going to lie, for that small 12 pounds of cuteness. She's older. They want to do a lot of preventative and a lot of tests about things, and it costs a bunch of money.
But I asked a whole lot of questions. You're not going to get $750 out of me, especially for a dog, and expect me to just shake my head because you suggested it. No, that's not happening. I'm in healthcare myself, okay? I get people ask me questions, and I get put on the spot all the time. So here you go. We're about to, let me ask you what that's for, okay? Oh, well, can I get that myself? What is this for? Do we really need that? What does that do? Is that really going to help her? Instead of the 6-month supply, can I get the 12-month supply and pay some more? We're going to go all that. That's the reason I went to the vet with the doctor yesterday. So I spent money, but I got my knowledge, because I'm not going to just walk out of here giving you money and be questioning what was something was for and why did I pay that. And you know what I also do? I compared my bill last year when I went to that doctor to this bill, because I know how much extra y'all charge me. At some point, if every time you go to the doctor and get the same thing, if the price keeps increasing, I'm going to start going to another doctor and reset this. So I'm just saying. But I will say that doctor was a hottie yesterday, y'all. I'm like, what the heck? Is this Middle Eastern GQ? You know? I was like, hey, I'm Cammy's mom. I'm just kidding, y'all. My husband's probably watching this. Hey, boo. But yeah, he was cute. Jamie says popping in to read some of an arc for his last sprint before heading off to volunteer for the afternoon. Ooh, that's good. Get some reading and you volunteer. I know you were doing some of the relief organization for some fires, right? Hopefully that is going well. I know you said you organized really, really well. That can be so frustrating. In our household, I'm the one who understands plumbing and handy stuff. Ooh, I need you to come over here, okay? But yeah, any guy in the room ends up being the one the contractor talks to by default. It is so frustrating too. It really is. Yeah, and then they try to feed you fluff. And I'm like asking questions. You know what I'm going to do when you keep doing that? And I don't get like an attitude. Like it may seem like, and I'm just being girl to girl with y'all. But with them, I just be like, oh, what does that do? Oh, well, I was thinking about this. Oh, okay, you got a card. Like I'm just asking questions because I need to know. I'm not going to get an attitude. And unless you are completely dickhead to me, I'm not going to get an attitude. I'm going to probably say, okay, well, we'll call you, or we'll look forward to calling you. And then as soon as you leave, I'm going to talk shit about you to my husband, and I'm throwing your card in the trash, and we're never calling you. Because that's not, no, it's not okay. It's not okay, okay? I need a contractor that, even if you're going to placate me like I'm the little lady, at least in a nice manner, then you need to do that, okay? Because this nice lady works and makes a damn good paycheck, too. So if you're trying to get these dollars out of me, then you need to not be sexist and rude, you know? But some of them are that way, you know? And what's funny is they don't even get it. And a lot of times the men in our lives don't get it either because they're doing the whole homeboy thing. And I'm like, really? That's why I think sometimes it's best. Like sometimes I think it's good when my husband comes out because I'm like, ooh, him, you know, as another entity. But then it's like he doesn't really say anything or ask questions. Then that doesn't really help if you didn't ask questions. Because if I'm having a contractor come over to my home for a quote for something, I'm not going to just have you talk to me. I need us to have a discourse about what this is, because you may be saying something I don't understand, or I may be thinking something else and I need to feed off what it is I'm thinking in my head with what you're saying so I can clarify what I'm thinking in my head is wrong or whether it's right or how it fits into the puzzle, you know? And if you're not asking, and it's also nice to have y'all, it's almost hit me in the head. See what beauty does? But it's nice to have like another opinion about stuff. Because I'm not always right. The issue is that I feel like a lot of times my husband doesn't tend to have an opinion when we go out for big things. And so when it's all on me, I tend to think a lot about it. So I may get indecisive, which frustrates him. But I'm like, if you had an opinion with me, then maybe we can kind of like, oh, yeah, we should get it, or no, it's not. I'm not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ins and outs. Sometimes men don't work that way. Like, You go to a grocery store. This is one of the areas I have learned. As much as I would like the company to accompany me to the grocery store, I don't really need anybody else's input in the store but my own. Like, we don't need to talk about things in the store. Okay, you can push the basket, but if I'm the one doing the cooking and stuff, then I need to know, like, hey, if I'm going to buy this, what does this go with stuff, right? And having somebody else that's just saying, if I'm like, what do you think of this? They're like, yeah, it looks okay. That's not what I know. And maybe it's a mind reader thing. I don't want somebody to be a mind reader, but I just know grocery stores are more my domain because it's an end product. It's not something I'm using right now. It's how does this fit into the whole scheme of what else we have in our kitchen to make meals? Like anybody can go get bread and milk, but I'm thinking more than just bread and milk, We're not just picking up Taco Bell for the day. We're picking up a lot of different things to make a meal as a whole, and several meals at that. So, gets convoluted. Anyway, Alicia says, that's why I keep a list of good contractors that we use so we can just call them and we need them. Yes, it's nice. That's why I like the home warranty for things that qualify for home warranty, because the company, even though they can be kind of nuts too, finds whoever and sends them to you. You're not paying any other extra craziness. It simplifies it in that respect. But when you got to get a roof replaced and you got to call like 10 different people, and it's frustrating because you need to have time off work. You have to account for a bunch of dudes, because I've yet to have a female come out. You have a bunch of dudes come out to your house, stepping on your roof. You hope they're not tracking mud if it rains into your house. They're trying to get you to sign something on the spot. One contractor says something, another says something completely different. I think the best contractor I ever had was a guy, it was for a roof. It was like the beginning of the pandemic, and we were talking about replacing a roof because it was an old roof. And he was like, yeah, you have some soft spots, and this part of the roof is older than this part of the roof. One contractor I went to suggested replacing part of it. This contractor was like, you need to replace just the whole thing at one time. Okay, that way you're not piecemealing the roof together. And yes, this part of the roof is bad. You could probably use a little bit of some Flex Seal that you can do yourself on this one part. But other than that, you can wait a while. It's not like it's going to fail you today. And I'm glad he did, because we wound up moving from that house and not having to replace the roof at all. Which, thank you. So I'm telling you, you just, when you get good vibes from people, just keep going, Chantel says, popping in to squeeze the like button since I'm out and about. Thank you for squeezing. Hopefully you squeeze everything you need to get done into while you're out. We're actually getting out of here soon once I stop running my mouth. Vets are expensive. Yes, they are. They are, and they're getting more expensive. I remember when I first got my dog and started taking them pre-pandemic, mind you, before the vet, it was consistently, I think it was like a $59, $60-ish. No, it might have actually started at $49. Anyway, it was about a $50 to $60, more like $50 comprehensive exam. They just look over your pet, feel their, look at their mouth. It's a quick 1-minute exam just to look at them, right? Now, y'all, it's like $90 for a comprehensive vet to just look at your dog. That doesn't include anything else. And I remember the other vet that we used to go to, her exam fee went to $77 with the pandemic, right? She started at like $55, something like that. And it went to $77. Normally, nail trims are complimentary. She was charging $20 for a nail trim. I was like, oh my gosh, everything's just crazy. Now they make you ask for the nail trim, at least the one we go to here, and they're free. But you got everything. One of the best things you can do for your pet, especially if they're young and healthy, is if you go to like Petco or PetSmart, they have these pet clinics. I haven't been to one in a while, but I know they have them. These pet clinics where they have like legit vet people that come like on the weekends, right? They set up in store, and it's a la carte. if your pet needs a vaccination, something simple like that. You go up, you stand in line, it's a pay for play. What do you need? You need Bordetella, bam. They used to be like $20, $30. So I don't know what they are now, but I'm just saying that I took my other dog and saved a lot of money with that. But as my dogs started getting older and kidneys and things like that, then I go to the vet and shell out money. But I'm just saying that if you need like a quick fix for things like that, for a young and healthy pet, those things will save you money. Because if you go to a vet and all you need is a Bordetella shot, that's that kennel cough, they're going to charge you a pet exam fee. They're not going to see you for just one thing like that. So, and then they're going to be like, when have you had urine? Can we get a heartworm? Okay, we need to have some blood panel. That's $200. Anyway, Alicia says, I do that as well. I was raised with always ask questions. And there's nothing wrong with asking questions, nothing wrong. I think it's a good thing. Some people don't like it. I will say that. But some contractors do not want to be questioned, and they have issues with being questioned by a female. And some of them have issues with being questioned by a Black female. I have encountered that as well. So just one of those things to note about, knowing your audience, but don't let that deter you. If you're going to have me shell out money for you potentially, then I'm going to ask questions. Okay. I've had some contractors that just like, I could tell that they weren't who they were. I wasn't who they were expecting when they showed up. And I could tell from the get-go, from the first handshake, they were already trying to get away from my house. You can tell when somebody's just not vibing with you for whatever reason, right? But I could just tell, like, based off their demeanor, getting in the car and from that, hey, how you doing? And they're looking for, like, I even had one contractor say, hey, do you have someone else I can speak to? And I'm like, huh? You just met me. I just said, hey, my name's Courtney. I own the house, so, but I'm just saying, but people like that, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions for it because you may have some knowledge. You may or may not respond. But I'm going to still ask some questions unless you're a complete ass. But I'm definitely not hiring you. I'm just trying to get some expertise, Jamie says, yep, I am managing the women's department at the distribution center, helping ladies find the clothes, shoes, and accessories to replace their burnt wardrobes or tide them over until they can go home. Whew. Well, hopefully that all resolves itself sooner than later because it sucks to be displaced, okay? Not fun. Keanu says, aren't more women homeowners now? Who update how they operate? Yeah, facts. You know what we need to do? We need to get some more women-owned businesses in male-dominated fields, okay? Let there be a women's-owned HVAC because women do get into those fields. I'm telling you. You will get some money, okay? Women, place that women's own HVAC, women's own roofing, okay? You can even maybe hire some dudes. I don't know, but have some women come talk to me that know, because women know their stuff too. These just tend to be more dominated fields. I find whenever I call these contractors, it tends to be women that answer the phone, but men that come out. But let there be some because women, we can do these things too, I'm just saying, if anybody's really interested in some HVAC or HVAC roofing, what's another big thing? Flooring, I'm just saying, y'all can make some money. Advertise like you advertising for women. Because leaving out here, y'all, okay, in Florida has I don't mean to stereotype, but there's a more prevalent, based off what I've seen, and it's in certain areas, but more prevalent out of the closet gay community or gay individuals, right? Like in the main community, not like a neighborhood. Like even in Miami, oh my God, Miami, gay dudes all over the place, holding hands, main streets, all over, right? To each his own. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, advertise. I saw a dude out here driving. It was a truck. I don't know who he was, but it was like the gay plumber. You already are going to get some business, okay? You may deter some people, but I guarantee you, I would be advertising areas that have a high gay population. Hey, I'm the gay plumber. Call me Jose. I'm the gay plumber. You will get some business, okay? So I'm just saying, advertise around people that fit your other demographic if you are an other, and I guarantee you, you'll probably get a very good amount of business.
pay somebody or get your advertisement right for the demographics you are targeting, because people are looking for that, you know? I'm just saying. And do people right, though, because I guarantee you, if you don't, if you start scamming folks, that's going to get around real quick around that demographic. Okay. But I'm just saying, yeah, I never saw the guy. And maybe the last name was gay. I don't know, but it was a pink truck. But it was like the gay plumber. Bob, not Bob. What's the name? There was a name on it, too. But anyway, it was something, the gay plumber. And I was like, okay, he's advertising that he is LGBTQ friendly. You know, there's a lot of people that are not, you know, so, you know, make your money. People appreciate it. Kiana says they should update how they operate. They should. But you know what? These men haven't really changed how they've operated in forever. Be more tolerant. Jamie says, my goal whenever we have a contractor is to learn as much as I can so I know what work I can do and where work really requires an expert contract. Me too. I agree. I won't say I'm super handy, but I am patient and I'm willing to look up something to see if there's something that I can do myself. Okay. Like a little patch in a drywall. I could do that. My husband has done that. Well, we know we can fix a patch in a drywall. That's not an issue. I can paint a room. I have painted. I'm unless it's part of a bigger project, I will never pay somebody to paint a room in my house. I don't need that done. I'd like to know. I don't even want carpet, truthfully, but I wouldn't mind. Nah. You know, here's a hack for carpets, though. If you have like a square or a rectangle room and you want carpet in it, instead of hiring somebody to do like a complete carpet room install, which could be a lot, measure your room. And at these carpet places, I've done it at Home Depot. They have like the rolls of carpet. You can get that cut to a measurement, and then you can just lay it down in your house. I've seen that at my sister-in-law's house, and that was also done at a house that I bought. I thought that it was wall-to-wall carpet till I went and looked really closely. I'm like, this is just a whole room carpet laid down, which makes it so much easier when I went to pick it up. So much better. So those are little hacks. Hugs to Jamie. You're an angel. Yes, you're definitely helping and doing the Lord's work. Keep it up, because you need people like that, and compassionate too. Okay. And it's nice that a lady is helping the ladies. Worked for years as an assistant to a handyman. A friend of mine who would bring me along on jobs that needed a second person. He was too careless, so I quit after a while, but learned a bit. It's good to know some stuff, okay? It's good. Ladies, listen up when somebody's trying to teach you something that's handy related. You never know when that may happen, especially things like toilets always need little minor fixes, okay? Them little hacks, like jiggle the handle. I'm telling you, jiggle the handle works, okay? My husband, we had this leak that was in our toilet that was happening where it was running. He tried some TikTok hack that somehow caused the toilet to just run. And our that spiked this month too, but the water bill is like 3 times the amount that it normally is. So of course I gave him the business about it, because I've been told him about the toilet, but he's been doing this little hitting the toilet thing. I saw him do it the other day. I was like, what are you doing? And then somebody, I think at work or somebody, we were talking about jiggling the handle. And because I was just leaving it up to him to fix it and just being patient. But jiggle the handle. We've been doing that for the last 2-3 days. And you know what? That toilet has stopped running. So maybe we jiggled something else in it to fix it. I don't know. But I'm like, dude, you're just letting our money go out the toilet. Because I work at night. So I'm not here overnight to know that he just let it run all night long. You know? The things I do with my man, I tell him, I was like, thank God you are pretty and you work. I'm telling y'all, don't be having some dude that's not working. Jamie said, thanks to Molly. I love the purple hearts, by the way. Alicia says, right, Banfield pet. Yes, there you go. 45 office visit, not including anything else, vaccines and meds. See, Banfield, yes, does a pretty decent job. We don't use them as our vet, but I think it's another company. I don't know if they work with Banfield, but it was called I Love My Pets. That's what's on my dog's paperwork. I love
I love my pet, or I love it. I think it's I love my pet. And the love is a heart. But you just line up. So it might be through Banfield that they do, but it has its own little separate logo or whatever. But you just line up and say no office visits, none of that stuff, you know. But 45 is cheap for a pet office visit. That's like pre-pandemic, maybe even a few years prior. Now they're wanting like $80. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Okay. All you did was look at my dog and fill them up. That's all you did. And now I got to pay for everything else. And on top of that, you're suggesting everything. And here's the thing with the vets do. Oh, well, I can give you this. It's just a little bit. It's not a lot of money. It's just a few. They don't say a few dollars. They just say it's a small amount. That's what they say. Oh, it's just a small amount. It doesn't cost a lot. A small amount to them, I have learned, is like $30 to $40 or less. Normally it's like 20 to 40 is when the vet says it's not that expensive. That's what they mean, $20 to $40. But they will say that several times during an office visit, okay? That $20 to $40 adds up to about $80 by the time you're done. Watch that, okay? Watch that. They saw your husband first. Yeah, probably. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, most of the time, I don't know. It depends. That's the thing. Like nowadays, I work more, so I might not be around or I might be sleeping. Okay. But in the back then, like I would be calling or whatever, and then I'm like at work because I used to work day shift. So a lot of times the contractors would come and see my husband because he's at home. So in that case, he would see him. But other times, like maybe I'm talking to him and then he will come up later. Like if I'm at the house, generally I'm the first person they see, unless I was out or something like that. But it just gets ridiculous though. I think it should be one of us handles it and the other person stays out of it. I think that's how it should be. I would actually prefer that. I mean, I feel comfortable as a guy, as my man, but as another person in the house, I feel comfortable with my husband being there when another contractor, specifically a dude, comes to the house. If he wants to meet somebody or if they come and it's just him, fine, you know, but with me there, I definitely prefer him being there. But I think it creates an issue when they kind of feed off of like who they want to vibe with or something like that. And I don't like that. So I'd rather it just be me or him. The thing is, I'm the one that asks the questions. I'm the one that takes time out of my schedule to do research. My husband does not. Like he's going to have a contractor show up and tell him what he should think, you know, and I'm not that girl. Like, I don't want you to tell me what I should think. You're giving me your opinion about stuff and then let me formulate my opinion about that, about whether or not I believe you're being truthful or whether or not I want to have my money go towards what you just said. I don't need you to tell me what I should think and how much money I'm going to spend. Like some of these folks literally talk to you like, this is what you're going to do, you know? Yeah, that's the issue, because I'll cut home and I'll be like, what did the contractor say? And my husband half the time doesn't even know what they were talking about. He's like, well, this is the document that they left. Okay, but what's the vibe? What'd you get from him? What did he say? Like, oh, I don't know. And then yeah, no, I'd rather just do it myself. Female handyman contractors tend to clean up after themselves better and communicate. Yes, that is the reason they put the females on the phone to handle the setup and everything, because they have the gab, they have the communication skills and the organization. Not to say men can't have that, don't get me wrong, but I tend to have more discrepancies when you were going to meet, you not showing up because you thought it was a different day, or you showing up an hour later, an hour early. I've had most of those when it comes to a guy was the one that answered the phone and set up the appointment. And specifically, if it was the same contractor that answered the phone and set up the appointment that showed up. I don't really have that when I call the front office and there's a lady answering the phone. Hey, this is just my opinion, y'all. I'm not trying to be sexist or anything like that. This is just my opinion and my experience with dealing with the contractors. I have had. Okay, so I've had some lessons learned, and I continue to have those lessons learned too. So anyway, there is that. Okay, we're gonna get out of here because I need to refresh my drink and go and get finish reading this book. I need to get some ice. Ooh, ice too. But I am drinking some lemonade, mind you. It needs some ice. Anyway, thank you all for coming here. It has been a good time, good day. I love talking about books, but I also like talking about real world issues, which is what we tend to talk about here. So not mad at that if you aren't. So, so like I said, I will not be here next Tuesday for Sprint, so I appreciate all of y'all for coming and spending some time with me today. It has been a good time. I may have a pop-up Sprint next week, may not, but definitely next Friday, 31st, we'll be discussing where the wildflowers go. So if you have read the book, come on by, state your case. If you have not, just pop in, say hi, and maybe listen about a book you may want to read or may not and just want some details, okay? So I will see y'all in sprints that are happening now because I will be sitting on somebody's sprints. We'll see who is sprinting at this time. So have a good day. Stay blessed, stay kind, and all of that fun stuff. Okay. Bye, y'all.